I'd like to welcome everyone to the Zebulon Board of Commissioners work session meeting. Call this meeting to order. This is our second budget work session. We first need the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Did you have something? Well, go ahead. Add to the agenda what I just, sorry, I was forgetting this mic. I wanted to add to the agenda to discuss the time change possible work session.
So I make a,
Well, we'll move that to number.
That would be right after item number 4.
Item number 4,
Yes, sir.
time change. And then closed session would be item number 6. Oh, no. 6. So we have amended the agenda. Is a motion for the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second? Do we need a second?
We have,
I was about to say, we already have a
I would say, yeah,
So-
Jessica and Beverly would have to amend and second.
Right.
Okay, all in favor? Motion passed. Thank you.
Wait a second. Wait. Jessica, you have to amend the
Oh,
motion first.
okay.
And then Beverly has to second, please.
Make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Is there a second?
Beverly thinks she wants you to second it.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Comments, questions? All in favor? Motion passed. Thank you. Next, the approval of the closed session minutes for March 6.
The only question I have is that
If you want to
minutes say
discuss
March
them,
16th.
they should say March 6th.
Okay, so can we
Yeah.
just amend the minutes to say March 6th? Sorry. I thought I fixed it. Then I'd like to approve the closed session minutes as amended.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, questions? All in favor? Motion passed. Next is unsealing of the closed minutes.
I moved
No,
to...
we already took care of that.
No,
Okay.
we didn't, not
No, you
yet.
have to,
Got it, it's different.
you have to do a motion for that as well, sir.
Unsealing.
I'd like to make a motion to unseal the minutes from March
16.
6th, 2023.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Discussion? All in favor? Motion passes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Miles, how did you vote? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
FY 2025 budget, community and economic development.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of the board. Present to you the Community and Economic Development budget presentation. The first part of this presentation is going to be touching base with all of you about where we are on the Community Economic Development Strategic Plan, and then we will segue into a couple of items that are in your FY25 budget as a result of some preliminary findings of that strategic plan. And so with that, I'll recognize Shannon Johnson.
We have Julie Brenham from Fountain Works here as our representative to give the draft findings of our Community and Economic Development Strategic Plan. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. Thank you for having me. And good to see many of you. You might recall coming to a bunch of the community input sessions that we held several months ago. And so what we're here to present you with today is the final draft of this economic development strategic plan, but there's opportunity for you all to have questions and make amendments to this plan before it's finally adopted. Just as a reminder of the process that we've gone through to work on this strategy, we started in August last year. We started by going through your existing plans and documents, your strategic plan, your comprehensive plan, and several other plans, because we wanted the economic development strategy to align with plans that have already been adopted. We also looked at the environment that Zebulon sits in terms of what the economy looks like in Wake County and neighboring counties. Stage 2 of our process was where we saw you all. In October, we held several stakeholder engagement opportunities. We then followed that up with some staff assessment. And then in late 2023 and early 2024, we met with some business stakeholders to kind of review what the community had told us. And then we're at the stage where we've been drafting the plan and finalizing with the intent to adopt and implement it starting with the new fiscal year. So throughout the process, we learned from the community a number of things. Some of the big reasons why people live in Zebulon are for family ties. A lot of people have family here, and that's why they're here. A lot of people talked about housing affordability as an important reason to live here. They talked about the quality of life, and tied to that was the local character and charm of the town. They like living here as opposed to living in some of the bigger cities or more cookie cutter towns around here. And then a lot of people talked about being able to commute to jobs outside of Zebulon. We also heard from residents that they want more and better amenities. They talked about wanting more full-service restaurants, grocery stores, more entertainment options like things for kids to do, things for adults to do, things for seniors to do, but just more activities in town and more recreation options in town. Residents also talked about wanting better access to health care, not having to leave town to go to the hospital or doctor's appointments. Traffic came up a lot. They want less traffic, particularly on your main thoroughfares, want better connection with public transportation so that they can get in and out of Zebulon and commute easier. More connectivity with sidewalks and bike paths, particularly in the downtown area, but throughout town. They specifically are hoping for more variety of jobs in town with better pay and more career advancement opportunities. So while a lot of people live here and commute somewhere else, they also want opportunities within the town. And then they talked about wanting more access to education and training, and identified workforce development and entrepreneurship programs as particularly of interest. In talking about that, they also recognize that you're fortunate with Wake Tech's new campus, that there's a lot of opportunities there. As we were meeting with residents, housing came up a lot. So housing isn't necessarily what you think of when you think of your economic development strategy, but it ties into economic development in terms of being able to attract people to the community and attract jobs to the community. When they talked about housing, their interests were all over. They want all types of housing. You most often hear people saying we need affordable housing, but they also talked about we need all income levels, including workforce housing and executive housing. Some of the businesses that are talking about that are interested in expanding operations want to make sure that there is executive housing available as well. So they want to see all levels of housing available. Talked about interest in senior housing and having safe, high-quality, accessible housing. And they also wanted to encourage the town to make sure that there's not gentrification. So as Zebulon grows and the economy grows, don't price out or shut out people that are already here. Make sure that the people that are already here are able to retain their housing and afford to stay in their current neighborhoods. So we heard a lot of interest in what people want to see in Zebulon's economic future. We used that as the basis for how to develop a vision. This is really community-driven in terms of what we heard and how we're approaching the vision. So after meeting with the community at the different sessions, I should mention, in addition to the sessions, there was a survey conducted as well, and those themes I was just saying are from both the community conversation sessions as well as the survey. So we met with some staff internally as well as a few business stakeholders and someone from Wake County Economic Development. First, to sort of process the information we heard from the community, and then we had a series of meetings with some different business representatives from across different sectors in Zebulon to process and say, so what is our vision based on what the community is saying? The key components of the vision were that we want a big town economy, so we want the features of a bigger town in terms of our economy, but we don't want to lose the small town feel. So we want to strike that balance. They also talked about being a regional player, and when we talk about being a regional player, the list of things that I just told you we've heard from the community is a lot. And one of the comments was, we can't be everything to everyone. We can't be all things to all people. You, the town, can't be responsible for delivering every expectation. But you're in a region where in the region you can deliver all of that. So you might not get a hospital here, but you have one nearby. You might not have every restaurant that people are interested in seeing, but in a short distance, people can get there. So, and you can also leverage some of the regional assets like Wake Tech and Wake County's economic development. They talked about wanting to honor town history. So while you're moving forward, don't forget your roots. You originally were an agrarian town, and don't forget some of your background. They want the vision to be inclusive, the economy to be inclusive and vibrant and diverse, so everyone can benefit from the economy. It's vibrant, there's a lot going on, and it's diverse, not just in terms of who benefits and the types of people that benefit, but the types of industry and businesses that you have here. You are blessed with some very large employers, but you want to make sure that you have a variety of employment opportunities and jobs here. And then finally, the last component was that the economy should be sustainable. We shouldn't just be planning for today or the next year, but we should be planning for the next decade, the next 20 years. A lot of what happens in economic development takes a very long time to see the results, and so you need to be planning today for the future. So these were the themes that these groups identified, and so we've developed a vision statement that captures that, what the vision for your future economy would be. Zebulon will foster an inclusive, vibrant, diverse, and sustainable economy. Zebulon will be a regional player that prioritizes intentional and responsible growth while retaining the town's unique charm and character. So all of that work, all of that input from the community, we're capturing in these two big sentences that have a lot of powerful words and intention. We would want your input to make sure that this vision reflects what you want for the future of the town as well, because you'll, when you're ready to be adopting this as your strategy. So from the vision, we then identified 5 key focus areas of where you want to focus your efforts for your economic development strategy. I'm going to go into detail with some examples in each of these areas, but the first is leverage regional assets. So as I mentioned, you have assets in the community. You want to collaborate with other partners, other institutions and cities around here, and you want to assess what is available here. You want to have an inclusive economy, and so you want to focus on high-quality jobs, mitigating risks of displacement and gentrification, having strategy to share the economic growth for the diverse community, and provide attractive amenities and plentiful housing options. Next area is key economic growth areas, so identifying and focusing on a few key areas where you're going to target a lot of your energy. And so being proactive to recruit in top target industries in those areas. You want to provide support for businesses. That's something that I didn't highlight in the community input, but came out a lot. You want to support businesses of all types and sizes, support entrepreneurship, and also streamline the processes in the town to make it easier for businesses to do work here. And then finally, enhance recruitment and retention efforts. So it's not just about bringing in new businesses, but keeping the businesses you have. And then finally, economic readiness. You want your infrastructure to be well suited to accommodate growth. You know the growth is coming, so you need to be preparing now. And that might be having sites that are ready. It might be making sure there's water and sewer and utilities at the sites, or the transportation and traffic flow works well, but you want to be ready when people are ready to come to you. You want to focus on smart and sustainable long-term growth, prudent land use, and avoid overdevelopment. You don't want to have your economic development strategy just burden you with too much that's happening. And you want to be able to adapt to emerging trends. So just a few examples in these different areas. The first one, again, was leveraging regional assets. A few of the strategies or actions the town can take would be to continue to work with Wake Tech. You're really fortunate to have Wake Tech nearby, and that supports a lot of economic development activities and workforce development. Continue to collaborate with Wake County and your neighboring cities and towns. And again, not just in Wake County, you're in a unique physical location where you have easy access to a lot of other cities or towns outside of Wake County. And then the state economic development function has a lot of opportunities that you can access, and so we want you to use their support. You can't do it all. Use their support where you can. The second one, again, was the inclusive economy, so actions for you to be considering: limiting displacement and gentrification as you're making decisions. Look at different price points of housing when you're approving different housing, and make sure that you're looking at high quality amenities and jobs as different businesses are coming in here. The key economic growth areas, focusing on downtown and the 5-county stadium development area as two prime targets of where development can happen. And also pay attention to recruiting for the town's top target industries. The industries we identified were in life sciences, food manufacturing, and advanced manufacturing. And those are consistent with what Wake County has identified as priorities for economic development. Wake County also talks about focusing on smart grid and clean tech businesses and headquarter businesses, and those are probably not as, those are probably more secondary for Zebulon, so the prime ones are life sciences, food manufacturing, and advanced manufacturing. And then in those economic growth areas, looking at walkability and connectivity so that people can get around easy. The support for businesses, working on the launch program to support entrepreneurs, focusing on expanding and diversifying your tax base so that you're not just reliant on the couple of fantastic large employers you have, but have more diversity in your tax base. Streamline town interactions and bring business leaders together so that they can identify support for each other as well. And then economic readiness. These are things that I know you work on a lot, but reduce traffic congestion where you can. Some of it is state roads, so you don't have a lot of control, but that's important for your people and for businesses coming in. Continue to upgrade and maintain infrastructure around town and grow intentionally to avoid overdevelopment. So with these 5 strategies and with this plan, one of the big points of, one of the big comments from the community is, we've done these plans before, we want action. So we've put together an implementation plan, or sort of a cycle of how the town staff would be reporting to you all as the board and to the community, and for you all to be considering what your priorities are. So annually, the economic development specialist, Shannon, would identify what are the priorities that are mentioned in the plan that she can work on this year, and identify actions to pursue and propose an annual plan. The town manager would review the plan and organize support to help make sure the plan is executed. Then the economic development specialist would provide quarterly progress reports to the town manager, look at KPIs, key performance indicators, so how to measure progress, identify challenges, and the intent is to publish progress reports on the website for the public to review, to be transparent, and then to give an annual update and ensure you're on track and drive transparency and develop a new plan each year. So the full plan that we're talking about is not to be redone each year, but the actual actions to work on would be identified each year and updated each year. So with that, I am happy to take questions, and if you have my email and my project manager's email address on here, if you have questions or feedback that you think of after today, feel free to send it to us. And then as we get updates, we'll coordinate with Shannon so that we can have a final plan. Shannon, did you want to do your one last slide before?
No, let
Okay.
them ask questions and then we'll do that.
Any questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Baxter?
So on page 16, when you're talking about leveraging regional assets, I'd like to also make sure that we include our neighboring counties and not just Wake County and neighboring communities, because we are so very close. And in fact, parts of Zebulon also are in other counties. So I want to make sure that we formulate some kind of plan for us to address and work with other counties to be able to further leverage whatever we're doing in the economic development arena. Secondly, I'd like to make sure that we highlight and have at least guidelines, and this is on page 18, the key economic growth areas. When it says recruit for the town's top target industries, I'd like us to be able to more clearly define what those top target industries are and what we're going to be doing to be able to recruit for those. What does that look like? And then, as always, I know I was at 3 of these sessions. Do you have a number of how many unique participants there were? Because sometimes we make big decisions with a small group of people. And I know that I saw a lot of the same faces at every session, which just speaks to how passionate some folks are. But there were a number of those people that are not even residents, that just love Zebulon and attended because, you know, they feel a close connection to how awesome our town is.
Yeah. We did not count unique participants at the input sessions, and I agree, there were a lot of, they were groupies that wanted to come to every session.
Hey, when you do something that's right.
Yeah, but yeah, they were very active participants. And I'll just reiterate, in addition to the 3 sessions you saw, there was a survey that had broader reach. I think across the 3 sessions, there were around 100-ish participants. And then in the survey, there were, I think it was over 230 responses to the survey. So as a percentage, it's a small percentage of your community. But I'll say, as compared to some of the larger communities around here, it's a fantastic turnout. A place like Raleigh or Cary would kill for that many people to show up. And so it might be a small number of voices, but it was a lot of passionate people.
I don't disagree with that. I just want to make sure that we kind of acknowledge that we're fishing from a small pool. Mm-hmm. Not that any of these ideas and any portion of the vision statement is wrong or lacking, but you know, we did not have a huge number of unique participants. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed that process, and I think that your team really did a good job with engaging with the folks that did attend.
Thank you.
So here, I want to say one more thing about where we are in the process. So now is the time that you have nothing really to do, so I figured you'll just work through this plan. But you can submit any comments, questions, any clarification points you want to Julie or Drew, and they will be able to kind of gather all that information together, and we can certainly answer your questions, but then also incorporate some of that information into the final product. The next step for this plan is to take it back to the public. One of the things that doesn't typically happen is that all of the information's gathered and then it gets another round of the public to see kind of how we got to where we are from their input and attention. So I want to be able to do that, and so we'll be planning a cookout in June to invite everyone back and anyone else that wants to come to do a little bit of what just happened here, a little bit of discussing how we got to the findings and what we're going to be doing, probably a little bit more example with what kinds of restaurants we have the metrics for, you know, what type of industry and where that might go based on our zoning and future land use, you know, a little bit more tangible discussion with them so they understand and can have more feedback if they have that. We can certainly have more discussion. And then the last piece would be to kind of pull all that back together and put it back in front of you for adoption. And I would imagine, since you don't typically meet in July, we would hopefully be able to do that in August.
Or if need be, we can always meet in July.
If you meet in July, then it would hopefully be ready to go and on your agenda for that. The last slide here is just two things that I have requested for CIP funding, and those two things are in line with some of the strategy areas that are in that draft. For key economic growth districts, we discussed an MSD feasibility study back a few months ago when we were talking about that. That's certainly your prerogative to determine if you want a feasibility study done or not, but I included that information because I had promised previously that I would bring that to you, what it would cost to do a study. So that's there for you if you're interested in approving that, and we would just have a study done to have the information there. That information would hold for a while, so it wouldn't be as if you got a study and then had to make a decision about something like that in the fiscal year. You certainly could utilize that type of study for several years. It really wouldn't change. So that's one piece. The second, in leveraging regional assets and key economic growth district, is a digital marketing package and video. And that would really be kind of our large splash into recruitment and into having a marketing piece showing what we have locally and what we have regionally, meaning transportation pieces that a lot of companies like to know about when they're coming in. I have priced out some of the better vendors around the country that do the specific economic development, videography, and marketing packages. And so that's where you see the CIP amount. And those are the only two requests that match this plan currently. I'm sure that next budget cycle, the following fiscal year, there probably would be a bit more.
Do you know what page that's on? I know that the operating budget's on 43.
70.
70? Okay.
So I think it's 20 for the feasibility study and 60 for the marketing package and video. And the marketing package and video, the video in particular, has about a 5-year lifespan because it's done in segments that can, for instance, if we determined that, the Mudcats move in a few years and we have a whole new plan for development in that area, and that's happening, that section of the video can just be removed, and we still have a viable product. We would even have other things that probably could be put in instead. So it's a little pricier than you typically would pay, but you really don't have to do that again for quite a while. And I'm all about one time for a while, so.
Can you talk about the...
Could you speak in the mic, please?
Yes, of course. Outside of this, as far as your CIP, you've got the housing plan. Let's talk a little bit about how that's going to be put together.
That is actually being headed by Michael.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, you can please finish up what you need
That's all
to.
that's all I have. Everything else in that budget is more aligned with the planning department managing those projects. And the facade grant, which was the same as previously.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, comments for Shannon? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, FY 2025 budget, Parks and Rec.
So now we'll highlight projects, some operational, more capital in the FY25 budget that are related to Parks and Recreation. With that, I'll recognize Sheila Long.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk with you about CIP-related projects and some other program opportunities. If you recall this slide, I shared this with our operating budget work session. And we've talked about rec impact fees and we've talked about new residents coming, but I actually wanted to demonstrate when I showed this slide what does the amount of impact fee that we've collected, what does that look like in our community? So it's 1,612 new homes, 4,481 new residents that are either already here or on the way. They are looking to connect in different ways. They're looking to recreate in different ways. They have a lot of different needs and experiences, expectations, and just general desires of what they want out of a community. You'll recall this is your vision map from your Parks and Rec Master Plan. It does identify areas for future neighborhood park opportunities. This was based off of community engagement as well as level of service, recognizing where your current development and expected development were occurring. So these locations were identified to ensure that levels of service were going to be achievable for your...
Where's your CIP located in here? I'm sorry. What page is it?
Could you speak into the mic, please?
What page is the Parks and Rec CIP?
49. No, wait, no,
That's not
that's fee schedule 68. And I'll get to those specific projects in just a moment.
That's fine. It just wasn't labeled as such. It said Property Management Fund at the top, so I was a little bit...
It's a form of property management.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yes. So that's what this vision map indicates for you. The next couple of slides, I'm not going to go point by point because I'm going to show your adopted CIP, which breaks all this out into what I feel is a more manageable way to look at it. But your master plan broke out all of the projects that were called out from your community engagement, and it phased them out over a 10-year span, because your master plan typically is good for 10 years. And so this broke it down for those 10 years and a little bit beyond, because there were some very large desires for our community that based on the available funding, it wasn't as achievable, but we did recognize that our community wanted those items, and so they are reflected in the beyond 10 years, kind of a more of an out year realm. When we talked about property acquisition at your, I believe it was your October retreat, I shared with you a variety of different ways that you could achieve property acquisition. Some of it will be on your own, some of it will be through partnership opportunities. At that meeting, I had shared with you an opportunity to work with Wake County Parks and Open Space. And there wasn't direction at that time to move forward, but I think it's an opportunity for us to just revisit that while we talk about our CIP process. So just as a quick overview, Wake County Parks and Open Space, they do have an emphasis on preserving open space and promoting stewardship, providing equitable, inclusive education and outdoor recreation for a diverse and growing community. In 2018, they successfully went through a bond process. They have had a $120 million bond to work on preserving more open space, to help create greenway connections within the different communities in Wake County, as well as creating new park and nature preserves, and to renovate existing parks. The next slide just demonstrates the amount of open space in the Eastern Wake area that Wake County currently owns. So they have been working very diligently on conserving property along the Little River corridor. I know that there are some properties that they actively work on that aren't necessarily shown up as property they've purchased, but they have been securing easements, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So I think it's important to just recognize that Wake County is a partner. Here on the right side of your screen is the Little River Nature Preserve that went for public engagement, I believe it was last year. And so just to highlight what Wake County has currently worked on to conserve in Eastern Wake, Sandy Pines Nature Preserve is 563 acres, Lake Myra is 224, Robertson Mill Pond Preserve is 85, Turnip Seed Nature Preserve is 265 acres. These are all open to the public currently. Little River Nature Preserve would connect I would say, I think more so to our community and be a greater resource. That's 3,700 acres. It would take you from 64 to the Franklin County line, and it actually takes you almost all the way to Rollsville. So there's a lot of great potential within that area. There's wetlands, vast open fields, and forested areas. If you have interest in this project moving forward, our community will need to advocate for this to be a resource that is open to the public and is developed. So if this is something that we want to see happen in our community, helping to advocate to our county representatives is important. They have recently acquired almost 13 acres on Green Pace Road along Little River, as well as about 19 acres on Gannon Avenue directly across from Little River. Across from Little River Park. Sorry, I left off the park. Another way that they go about conservation is to do easements. They do partnerships to do conservation easements. An example of that is the Lazy J Ranch in the Zebulon area. It's a sheep farm. It's 86 acres. They did this in 2022. It was in partnership with the Triangle Land Conservancy, if I remember correctly. And the Triangle Land Conservancy, their goals are to safeguard clean water, protect natural habitats, support local farms and food, and connect people with nature. They currently have 23 acres in the Triangle area that they have partnered with community members and worked on to conserve. Plays Zebulon implementation, I think it's important to recognize we want all of these things, but where the money has to come from somewhere to pay for that. Our general fund assumption for the master plan reflected a low general fund investment because it was based off of previous investment in the Parks and Rec CIP efforts. And so it does reflect a low investment there. It also reflected a very large bond in order to implement the majority of these projects. Another thing to note is that impact fees were not intended to solely fund additional parks, new facilities, and park expansions. And as a review, your recreation impact fee, we do have to monitor which developments are contributing towards the rec impact fee. We have to directly tie what is collected to the use. And we also have to monitor when we received the fees in the time frame that it's expected to be used is within 10 years. I'm going to refer to Sam to provide us some just additional insight on rec impact fees, just from what they've learned.
Sure, thanks Sheila. So I always daydreamed I'd be like a teacher or a college professor or something, so.
I can't
All right,
hear you.
sorry, here we go. Can you hear me? Yeah. I said I always daydreamed I could be a teacher or a college professor, so this is my little opportunity here, because I want to talk to you all about kind of the constitutional framework on impact fees as you think about how to use this money. So whether it's a traffic impact fee, rec impact fee, it has to be constitutional. Even with the right to do it in your charter, the authority is ultimately a constitutional authority, and it stems from the premise that municipalities can require developers to internalize the impact of their development. So when a new property comes in, it gets developed, it brings people, the law allows a town, the government, to require that developer to internalize that impact, but no more than that. Anything more than that is considered a taking. And so the way the case law is developed to analyze that is there must be a nexus and rough proportionality between what's going on at that development and the fee or the impact or the taking at the government level. And so a lot of mechanisms are in place to, I'd say, track that case law to ensure that everybody's on the right side of the way that this money's collected and spent. So that's where you get these comprehensive plans. These plans are good governance, I think, generally, but my kind of spin on it is I think they have evolved from years of courts saying what towns can and can't do, and then these plans evolve, and these consultants know that, and so these plans are designed to provide towns with the support that they need to collect that money and spend that money. So it's a little legal heavy, theoretical, but I tie it back to that principle of nexus and proportionality. I'll add that just in April, there was a United States Supreme Court decision, Sheets, but it wasn't a gas station, it was a guy named Sheets in California that challenged these fees, and the court held 9-0 on a little bit of a different issue about the source of the fee, that it was done improperly. But in several opinions, concurring opinions, but these judges wrote, we're not even weighing in on whether a fee schedule like this is even proper under the Constitution. That question wasn't before us. And so this is a live issue. Yes, it's used, and many municipalities use it. They use it properly and legally. But it's definitely a live issue. It's litigated all the time, and I just offer that context and welcome any questions.
Commissioner Miles?
Sam, with that said, I hear the word nexus radius constantly when we talk about parking back fees. Can you kind of break that down for me in some way?
Yeah, I think of nexus, nexus and proportionality. I like hypotheticals. Okay, so I'll start on proportionality. I think of that one as a little easier personally to conceptualize. Right, if you have a development of 10 homes, yeah, they're going to bring, and think in the traffic context or the park context, they're going to. Well, I'll stick with parks because that's what we're talking about, right? They're going to maybe increase the need for swing sets, okay? But they're not, but proportionally, they're not going to need 3 soccer fields. So proportionality is either the amount of the fee and the amount of the exaction needs to be proportional to the development coming in. Nexus is kind of like more use-based, right? Like if the impact is on park facility, if this development's coming in, there's 10 homes and the impact is on park facilities, well, then, the nexus needs to be tied to what we talk proportional, what the impact of those 10 homes are going to be. So you're probably, if you put a swing set right next to that development, it'd be hard to challenge the nexus of collecting those dollars to internalize the impact of that development. You'd probably be pretty good with it right next to it. If you put it a long ways away, you might have a harder time supporting that. That said, if it's, I think of this like a swimming pool, okay? If there's only one swimming pool in town, you're not going to put a swimming pool right next to it, maybe you'd put the money towards the aquatics facility that's the only one in town. And so very case specific, hard to kind of pin it down, but you know, nexus being tying that incoming development to whatever it is that's being collected or spent.
Okay. That's somewhere, thank you. That's somewhere.
I'll take it.
We'll get there.
It's
Thank
not
you.
a head shake. It's
No, you're
all
fine,
right,
you're
you kind
fine.
of got me there.
Also with this, if you say like, we have a scenario, you have Barrington, Autumn Lakes, and say Shepherd Park, they're close by each other. Can those funds be combined and then used for, I mean, how would that work?
Yeah, you don't have to trace dollar for dollar.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I mean, you need to allocate how they're spent, but you don't have to break out like this month, you know, you don't have to do project for project. The money can be combined. Yeah.
And what if there's no area in that you can develop for as park-wise or something like that? How does those funds, then is there a justification to use those funds elsewhere? Or you pretty much just, those funds just sit there because we don't have anywhere to develop? How does that work?
It's a good question. No, I think the idea is that the money be utilized, certainly.
Okay.
You know, our town is smaller, the service
Right.
area is the town, so there's you can't say that it's got to be here, it's got to be there specifically.
Okay.
I just come back to, if you can tie those dollars to benefiting the people that they were collected for, that's a strong position to be in legally.
I mean, what's going to stop? Okay, you collect in Barrington, but they use Whitley Park, say, for instance. I mean, they're going to use every park here. Citizens not just going to use that park. So can we somewhat subjective somewhat to an individual? You kind of like, you can justify that, or that's far-fetched? I mean, because people in
Yeah.
Barrington use Whitley Park, they use Gill Street Park, they're going to use community center, so.
There's a subtle issue there in your question where the money also has to be spent in a certain way. It's got to be used either to acquire or improve existing. It can't be like maintenance or, you know, hey, Whitley's getting run down because everybody's using it, so we need to go put the money there.
Okay.
How about if, say, we decided that we wanted to put a splash pad at Whitley Park? That would be the only splash pad our community had, and so the way I understand what you're talking about with the nexus of proportionality is that because it is the only offering in our community, that would be an acceptable use. Right. Regardless of where necessarily it is located within the community, it is the only one.
Yeah, I think that would, yes, I like the example, right?
Okay.
That proportionality aside, right? Assume that and that's, again, as an aside note, that's why you went to the trouble of doing that. Part of the reason you went to the trouble of doing that full study, getting the fee schedule done to make the amount you're collecting as defensible as it could be if it were challenged, and to make sure it's the right amount for the impact. But then on nexus, your question kind of goes to the nexus, right? And I would agree. You know, if you're collecting money from this part and you're building something or adding on to something across town that those people would never use, then
like
I think
a slide.
Then I think you could have you could get somewhere on the nexus thing. But to your point, if it's the only thing around, it's going to draw in the community, and that's that particular recreational offering for the whole service area, then I think you'd be in a better place on the nexus analysis.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure, guys.
Any more questions, comments? Thank you.
So I'm going to share the spreadsheet. I'm going to start first. I'm going to share with you what's currently in your adopted CIP. And then this is based off of your master plan, and then the different projects that were recognized. It was spread out over the years based on that phasing plan. And then what happens if projects don't move forward, they just get moved to another year, and then they get moved to another year. So I'm going to share this with you really quick.
And with that said, on page 27 and a couple of the other following subsequent pages, you have the projects and then the years, but without dates. Are we assuming that year one is going to be the next fiscal year that we are moving into. So this would be for our FY '25, year one.
Yeah. So year one, that was from the master plan. So your master plan was adopted in 2021. So the end of 2021, so that would have been fiscal year '22. So you could, you would start like your year one is 2022, or fiscal year 2022. There's going to be a little bit of overlap because it didn't necessarily line up with the fiscal year. So there may be some projects that split between fiscal years, but if you're looking at year one is going to be a full year 2022, year two is 2023, and so just the way we budget, we have just placed it in fiscal year 2022. And so this, did everybody get one, Lisa?
So we're looking at year four then,
Yes.
even though there are items that we didn't address from these
That's what we're going to
CIPs,
talk
they're going to
about.
be pushed
Yeah.
forward.
We're going to keep, every time we don't address something, it gets moved out to another year. So that's what I wanted to talk with y'all about. There's the document you just received, this one-page spreadsheet. So this was the CIP that you adopted in February of last year as we were preparing for our Part F application. This is kind of a format that they like to see it, but it's also good practice for us to have a plan like this. And so what we identified were these projects and how they would lay out in the years to come. And we also noted which ones could be a potential bond project, which ones were impact fee eligible or could be considered for impact fees. And we went from the community center, then by park, greenways, future parks, downtown park, and just general master plan implementation. And then you'll see what wouldn't necessarily be reflected in the master plan would be just general facility maintenance and repairs that are going to come up throughout the year. So you're not going to necessarily know for sure that's going to occur in your comprehensive master plan, but those are items that you still have to update each year. The important part about a CIP is that it's your opportunity to revisit your master plan and you say, okay, what can we afford this year? What are the projects that are important? What can we afford? And how are we going to move forward this year? Or is anything changing? Is anything adjusting? And so what I'm going to talk to y'all about is the projects that we proposed. Not all of the projects that we proposed are recommended for funding, and I'm going to show you a separate document. I think it was important to see what you will have right now, and then I'm going to show you another document as I go through all of these projects that reflects what is in the budget document that you have, and it also will reflect how projects keep getting pushed out if we don't move forward, and then you end up with a big chunk to spend at one time. Or things have to get dropped off.
I'm going to scoot and grab some highlighters real quick.
Sure.
It'll just take me a second. All right, could you bring enough for everyone, please? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so the
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go through the projects that we proposed. Like I said, you won't see
Thank you.
necessarily in fiscal year 2025. All of the projects that I'm going to go through are not necessarily listed in 2025 because they did not make it to the recommended budget. So they would have been pushed to 2026. The first project I'm going to reference is the Zebulon Community Center sports floor replacement. The flooring that is currently there has exceeded its life cycle. It has a lot of dead spots in it. So if you've played pickleball, if you've played basketball, you would have noticed there are a lot of spots in it that just aren't conducive for good play. It is time that we replace that flooring. The AV equipment hasn't had substantial upgrades since the facility opened in 2009, and we are constantly chasing issues with our projector, so our video capability, and we fight the I guess the microphone, if you've ever been in there when we try to use microphones and the receiver, and having to be able to hear and the microphone actually be able to catch what's being said and send it back to the receiver to come through the speakers. But also a lot has changed in IT since 2009, and so being able to upgrade that is going to be important. We have placed a yoga room renovation to give us some more flexibility in how that room is used. There is an HVAC replacement request in the budget. We want to continue amenity replacement. This project is something that y'all have funded for the last couple of years. We get a lot of compliments about the park benches and the trash cans, and just they're creating a nicer sense of space, and we want to continue to be able to offer that, but we also want to begin to replace some of our picnic tables. We want to offer some more accessible options when it comes to our picnic tables, so we would like to continue that effort.
Where is that located?
The amenities is going to be on the second page under the master plan implementation miscellaneous. About halfway down, a little more than halfway down.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Beaver Dam Creek fence repair and replacement. If you've walked along the greenway, there is a stretch of the fencing that continuously gets vandalized. The slats can't be properly secured within the fence itself. The tops to the fence posts aren't secured well, and then the posts themselves have been easily vandalized. And so we tried a different type of fencing in that specific area, just because there's not a lot of eyes on it, something that would stand up, and it's this wooden fence. It has stood up much better in this area. And so we are continuing to see the part of the fence that we did not need to repair at the time because it had not been vandalized to that same extent, but now we are seeing that occur. So we need to go ahead and complete some replacement of additional fencing in that area. If you have been to Zebulon Elementary School, we have that joint use park towards the parking lot near where the picnic shelters are, between the picnic shelters and the baseball fields. There's some erosion that's happened over many years, and the tree line that is there impacts the asphalt, but the erosion that's occurring is causing some structural issues for the stairs, and so we need to make some repairs to the stairs there that lead up to that walking track in the soccer field, and some repairs to the asphalt track.
What is Wake County Public School System, what is our agreement with them as far as what their share of those kind of repairs would be?
100% of that repair is on us based on our joint use agreement.
Okay.
Wake Lawn Elementary School, we have right there on Pippin, the larger soccer field. Part of it is fenced in, but not all of it. And there's a lot of traffic moving along that road. And just for the safety of our children and our participants, but also the safety of our drivers, we think it would be very advantageous for us to go ahead and close in that soccer field so that we can keep the players and keep the balls within the soccer field itself and out of the street and out of the parking lot.
Do you have a square footage for the fencing?
I could get it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna write that down. All right. Zebulon Community Park, if you recall, we have a pedestrian bridge that connects the more natural area of the park to the Barbie Street neighborhood. The bridge had 2 trees fall on it in a very short period of time. The second tree that fell on it just made the bridge unusable. It wasn't safe anymore for pedestrians to cross on it. We would like to go ahead and put a proper bridge in place that would be more sturdy and last us a long time. But we also want to take it a step further than that. This bridge was originally put in by scouts many, many years ago, and it wasn't a true trailhead to the park. And we have worked with the church over the years to create some sight lines and just a nice trail. But we would like to engage Zebulon First Baptist in actually establishing a marked trailhead at this location where we can make improvements beyond just our property line and make sure that our citizens entering from the Barbie Street area just have a really nice entrance into Community Park. We need to begin looking at doing a site plan specific to Community Park. We've talked about some renovation projects, but we've also talked about the possibility of some new amenities going in there or expansion. And we just have some general items that we should consider in a site plan and work with our community on. So we also recommend moving forward with a site plan.
But that's not till FY26.
So it did not, we recommended it, we proposed it to the manager in our process because we're trying to follow our master plan, but it has been not recommended in your current budget. So it did get moved to 2026.
What I don't see on here, and what we talked about and I was hoping to see, was improvement in the shade structuring for the softball and baseball fields.
It's in further in my presentation.
Okay, great.
So I created this before, we are working on this before that discussion came up.
Okay.
And so I do have some information on that, and I'll be happy to share that when I get there.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's see. The basketball court there at Community Park, it's getting past its life cycle. It really needs a complete overhaul. And that, I think, is something that we need to take extra care and consideration into, and it might even be taking a look at that site plan moving forward at the same time and determining if there's a different placement or different layout, or do you want more courts, or what that needs to look like. Do you want to have some multi-purpose courts? So there's a variety of different things that you could consider in that realm, but you are getting to a point where continuing to repair that court just based on some past maintenance of it and processes that aren't even used today, but the life cycle of that is coming to an end. The disc golf course, I believe, is about 25 years old. It's not had major investment since it was initially installed. A lot of those baskets are in bad shape. We have a very high traffic on our disc golf course. A lot of people use it. A lot of people travel to our community to use our disc golf course as well. And it's time that we do some investment into our disc golf course to replace some of those baskets and make some improvements to the tees. I have included Gill Street Park community engagement and development. I believe what you see and what was proposed is that we start with some community engagement and we'll come back with a better idea of what funding you will need available to you for continued investment into Gill Street Park at that time.
Well, before we even start talking about funding any improvements, we need to know what's going on with Gill Street Park, what the tests have come back as, and what we're looking at as far as any remediation that needs to happen.
I agree. So again, I started this before we got further or before we got into that process of the soil assessments, and I actually address that later on in the presentation as well.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. We have recommended an open space policy, so this is something that's recommended in your master plan document, that we take a look at what do your parks look like in general, what standard do you want for different amenities, but the board also indicated an interest in reviewing the open space sections of your UDO, and so it would be an opportunity to, you could do both with an open space policy where you could review and recommend changes and updates to your UDO surrounding your open space and how you potentially partner with your developers, but most importantly, just establishing a standard for your different types of parks and your types of amenities that you're looking to establish. We have included neighborhood park property acquisition, beginning to initiate processes to identify property and purchase property for future neighborhood parks. You do have 4 in your master plan that we'll need to work towards. We also are recommending moving forward with some greenway designs. Your master plan identifies some greenway sections that you may want to move forward with. You also have your greenway master plan to consider as well. Whitley Park, we're recommending a site plan. So just kind of to Commissioner Baxter's point, she said, well, what if we put a splash pad at Whitley Park? I mean, that's certainly an option. There's been talk about whether or not you put tennis and pickleball there. I would not recommend that just because of the sounds, and there's a lot of general standards that are starting to be applied on how close you place pickleball to residential dwellings, and so I think Whitley Park would not be the best option for pickleball, but it could be an option. But there's just a lot of things that if you work with the community and look at what you need at large, a site plan would be important for Whitley Park as well. The playground, the top lot part of the playground is due for renovation and replacement. I've placed in Municipal Park and pickleball courts. So the board was in the process of acquiring this property here around Town Hall. We've since utilized it for soccer field space and some other different activities. And I'm not necessarily saying you have to do this here, but if we look at, there is a strong desire that we're hearing from the community for pickleball courts. And without acquiring additional property based on the property you currently have access to, this is an option, and we would recommend, in addition to the pickleball courts, restrooms, which would also help when you do events at this location, if you continue to do that, and then some paved trails and some public art, and you could create a a new park essentially here at the municipal complex. If that's something you want to do, or if you want us to look for other property, as we look for these neighborhood parks, maybe we can identify a parcel that would put pickleball courts a little bit further away from residential dwellings. Yes, go ahead.
You said the general statutes for pickleball. Where can I find that information at, Sheila?
Well, there's not general statutes for it, but there are just general standards that are constantly evolving from, like USA Pickleball, well, like you have USA Tennis, I believe it's USA Pickleball. But I can get some of that information for you. I attended a session at our most recent conference about pickleball and tennis, and some of the conflicts and the recommendations, and so I'll try to get that information to you. I'm gonna write that down to get it for you.
There's also current litigation going on concerning pickleball's courts and all over the country.
Okay, because I know Nightdale, I see Nightdale pickleball courts sitting close by home housing. That's what I'm asking that.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah.
Just for general knowledge.
And I don't mind just providing some context. It's a moving target right now because there's a lot of money, I think, being invested to explore technologies to help decrease some of the sound issues when it comes to playing pickleball, from a surfacing, from the paddle, from the ball itself, from different padding. So there's a lot of things that are being taken into consideration. Pickleball has grown very rapidly, and a lot has been learned as courts have gone up in places like Nightdale and other communities. But you are seeing a growing number of complaints from citizens in other communities about pickleball noise, and so communities are having to go back retroactively and place time constraints. I've read an article recently, and I'd have to try and find it, where one community limited the pickleball hours to 4 hours a day, or you couldn't play pickleball outside of 2 and 4 p.m. or 2 and 6 p.m. or something like that. So it's that moving target, but there are recommended standards, and I'll be happy to pull that and get it to you.
And we also have some subdivisions that also are including pickleball courts. I think Sydney Creek, one of their phases, has two pickleball courts in it.
Thank you.
So as we move forward with our CIP planning, just something that I want to make sure that we take into consideration is we are moving forward with Little River Park Phase 1. We try to be, as thorough in our price estimates as possible. We are starting to hear from some of our colleagues that pricing has gone up substantially for your standard park construction projects. And so we're just trying to be just super aware of that as we move forward, as well as Gill Street Park, the soil remediation process and what comes from that. There will be pending considerations there.
So what does that look like? Is it a guarantee that we need to that soil will need to be remediated? Is that a guarantee, or what do we?
Yes, but we don't have a recommendation yet. So the final report from everything is expected any day. And so once we have that final report, we'll need to engage in the remediation plan and a contractor to give us some estimates on what the cost will look like.
So it is guaranteed that the soil, sounds as if the soil is contaminated?
Yeah, there are some issues there that we're going to have to do some remediation.
I'd like to see those reports when they come in, so could you please
Absolutely.
forward that to the board? Thank you.
Absolutely. No problem. So that leads me to, there were 2 board requested items that were brought forward. I believe it was at last month's meeting. Bathrooms at Gill Street Park. So we have recommended the $30,000 community planning and the $50,000 for development, and how it currently sits in your budget. is the community planning next year and the additional funding in the following year. I think it's important that we work through the remediation process and we identify the options that we have available to us, and that we get you the most accurate estimate, because if I tell you what generally it costs to build a bathroom at a standard park, it's not going to be the same for Gill Street Park, knowing some of the soil sampling. So we will need to return to you with that information, and my suggestion would be that you do a budget adjustment at that time when you're ready to move forward.
What kind of time frame are we looking at if you were guesstimation, kind of like with that?
Time frame for what?
Or as like your once we get information back, remediation, and going from there, is that guesstimation kind of like you have?
I can't put a time frame on it right now, because I think we're going to have some options that are laid out for us as far as how to address the remediation, and some might be quick and easy fixes, and some of it may take more time. So I would hate for us to say we would have it done in 6 months, but there may be, and I think that goes back into that community planning, in that if we can combine some of these remediation efforts with maybe some general community enhancement projects, it would be more effective and make a bigger difference for the community at the same time.
Have we checked into grants or anything for that, Sheila? I know I talked to representatives at NCDEQ. I know they have funding for remediation things. Have we already started looking into that as well?
Yeah, so I know that our consultants have been in contact with DEQ, and it doesn't sound like they're going to fast track our project to put it before other projects that they're working on, but it's something we continue to work on. I've actually reached out to our state association for Parks and Rec, because I was seeking assistance to help have a conversation on a broader scale, because we're not alone in this effort to secure funding. But I also think coming at this at a more holistic, we're not just addressing remediation, but we're also going to address community concerns and desires. I do think that there could potentially be state and federal support of efforts at Gill Street Park. So just making sure that we keep our partners engaged and they know what's going on, but that we're very intentional, that we don't approach it from just a quick and easy fix, but we're approaching it from a do it right and do what's right by our citizens fix.
What would it take to get actually just a guesstimation estimate about a bathroom, still just the numbers in it? So when we do that, a budget adjustment in the future, potentially how we go about it, that we can be ready for that. What would it take to do that?
Well, I think we got to get the report back, and we got to deal with the remediation and understand with people that handle this on a regular basis, and we can tell them that there's interest in placing bathrooms, and they can look at the report and tell us what, based on the information they have available to them, if we need to do, I think that the terminology is escaping me at this moment. Joe, help me out. An engineering
Phase 1.
assessment.
Phase 1, phase 2.
No.
Everybody's guessing.
If you hadn't asked, I could have told you. But basically, they're going to look at the load of which you can build the foundation on based on what's below you. More than likely, we would have to remove a lot of not a lot, but just in that footprint, you can remove some of the former landfill items and then bring back all new soil. But I don't know what that costs, and I think we have to go through the remediation process with the consultant to be able to tell you what that would cost.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Gill Street? So the dugout question, I understand where you were coming from. We've done some site visits to other area ball fields, and what we're finding is that as that shade moves, depending on the placement of the dugouts, and if there's other things involved, so some dugouts are enclosed on 3 sides, some are have like bushes that you can't, they're as tall as the shelter itself on the backside. That prevents shade from coming in the backside.
Shade or sun?
Oh, sorry, sun. And so there are things that we could do in that realm. I do think that our community probably has gotten used to being able to see straight through those dugouts, and so if we go in and start to enclose them in any way, we might get a little bit of pushback. So one thing that we haven't seen at other parks, but we think could work here, we just didn't get a chance to get the quotes for it, is to raise the fence around the dugout. So we could raise the fence up and put a screening around the top. Because at community parks specifically, it's just where the sun comes in the afternoon. It's going to go directly into that dugout. Doesn't matter what we do. Even if I put that screening in, the sun's going to go in that dugout. So that is something that we can look at if y'all want us to move forward with that. It is certainly an option. We could look at just putting those screenings on 3 sides and see how the community responds to that. The screenings aren't going to be terribly expensive. Raising the fence would be more expensive, and we could just see if the community responds well or if we get pushback to that screening. One thing that we talked about was, do we consider installing sunscreen dispensers? Not necessarily a bad thing in general to do through our park system in certain places. I think you have to be strategic in where you place them and how you place them, but it is certainly something that we could look at doing in addition to or instead of or trying out. But we did hear your concern. We have been looking at how others might handle it or might address it, and then what we think is going to work here in our community. What we are seeing is when new fields are being designed and built, they're not enclosing the structures, just because that allows for that breeze to come through and that sight line. But if that's something you want us to consider, we're certainly happy to look at it further. Do y'all have any direction for me?
Any questions, comments concerning?
Sunscreen will break down in heat, which means that putting sunscreen dispensers in any area where there's the potential for it to be exposed to heat or sunlight, I think that that's going to actually introduce risk, because then we would be saying to the public that we are offering them something as protection that might not actually be protection. So I would like us to avoid sunscreen dispensers. I don't think that that's a wise choice. I think parents can be responsible for that. However, there really is a big problem with the amount of sun that wasn't there before when we had the old style dugouts. I've seen a lot of burned legs because of that. So I don't know if the solution is up here yet, but I do think that it's something that we need to really consider. Skin cancer is something that I would like for our children to be protected from. So I'm not sure what direction you need, but I'm not sure that I even fully understand the 2-foot screening and what that looks like and how that could potentially play out to our benefit. So are there examples that we could look at in any other community? I know you said that no other communities around us are doing something of that nature, but is there something in other states that perhaps we can take a look at?
I can look and see if I can find something for you. The 2-foot screening is basically from the top, so it will bring down when the sun's coming in, so it'll bring down a little bit, so when the sun is a little bit higher, not as much will go into the dugout of the direct sunlight. So it will provide a little bit of an extra, screening is the only word that's come into play, but just in that top realm around the dugout so that you can maintain those sight lines. I mean, we've pulled pictures from the former dugout, and we're seeing the same thing. Like at certain times of day, the sun or the shade is actually on the infield versus in the dugout itself, or outside the dugout. That's something we're gonna deal with no matter what we do here to some extent. And so we could certainly, like I said, we could certainly try a screening around the existing fence and see if that provides some support and helps with that. But when it's coming from where you were talking about and where the sun's coming in, that time of day, it's gonna be hard for us to completely block or create shade within that dugout, just based on the positioning of the field. But we are certainly, happy to continue to look at options. But like I said, most of what you're seeing is, enclosed on 3 sides, or they're using shrubs to create some shade, or they're building like slats on the back of the dugout to keep it from coming in from the opposite direction from behind, but that's not going to help from the direction that the sun's coming in.
Yeah, we don't really have that issue of the sun coming from behind. By the time it's there,
Yeah,
it's already low enough that it's
yeah,
a non-issue.
yeah. So I think in my opinion, our best bet would be to try and create a screening. And the only thing I can think of, like locally, you might see is like a construction site that they have that chain link fence, and they might have that fabric that is used to screen their construction site. So I'm not necessarily wanting it to look like a construction screening, but we could have something designed specifically for us that we could just try to drop where the sun has the potential to come in that dugout from the top.
Can you take a look at dispersal shading, where you can see through it, but it breaks up the sunlight so that you're not getting hit with the full force?
I think, yes, I think that's kind of a little bit like what we had in mind. But are you saying you would want it to come all the way down?
Well, I don't know
Okay.
what it would look like and how it would present. And so
Right.
I'd like to have an idea, a mock-up of some sort. Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So just to
That was a lot.
be, it was, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're not going to do sunscreen dispensers.
Correct.
We don't want to do that.
We never really intended for it to be like out in the sun. All of our ball fields are near restrooms, and so that if that is something, and we were wanting to just put options on the table,
Right.
not necessarily saying yes, we absolutely want to do this. It's just an opportunity that we could look further into. But would you want to put that in your restrooms potentially? it's something we would have to look into. I would not want to put it out in the
I was
dugout
gonna say, I think
itself.
we have a consensus of no, we don't
Yeah,
want
yeah.
that. I think that raises
So if y'all are
more
good,
risk.
I'm fine.
Okay,
It's-
all right.
Yeah,
All right,
something
thank
we'd
you.
have to clean up more than likely anyway.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments concerning the dugouts?
Getting a little feedback out there also for the sound system out there. What did we do to address that? We got some citizens saying that, or we're also staff too saying potentially being able to tell people, okay, you don't feel X, Y, and Z, or just communicating sometimes. It's kind of difficult to do.
Yeah, so we don't currently have a sound system. Usually the telling people where they need to go is more of an issue on opening day when they're still trying to figure it out and like early on in the practice schedule. And so I know you reached out to me to just share some of your experiences. And by the time I had reached back to staff, they had already made a list of things that they'd like to improve opening day. And one of those was making sure that they had a PA system out there. It's something that's grown our opening day effort in the last couple of years, and I think they'll continue to grow that. And so, kind of like you shared, some signage and a PA system for opening day would be important. If we want to go through the investment of installing a permanent, okay.
No,
I
just
was gonna say,
something
that wasn't
temporary so they
something
can-
on our radar.
No, it's something temporary where they can hear and do. Like I said, the feedback I got from some citizens and staff.
I mean, it could be a partnership. This foul ball brought to you by Auto Body of Zebulon. Just an example that I pulled from my many baseball games. So, I mean, like, that could be something that we explore in the future. I mean, certainly as we grow, but
I'm just at a temporary fix, pick up something so people can hear.
Into the mic.
Commissioner, can you speak in the mic?
Basically, what I'm saying is just something temporary fix, something speaker, people can hear what they got to do. Thank you, Sheila.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments concerning the dugouts before we move to CIP review and update? Hearing none, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Reconvene. CIP review and update.
Talked about, we've got to revisit our CIP annually. We adjust for changes in priority trends and community need. So the questions that I'm proposing to the board, what you see on this plan, which is what's been in your master plan, what items do you feel are no longer priorities for your residents? Maybe they need to be pushed out a little bit. What items have elevated in priorities, and what items are not up here that you feel need to be added? And then I'll save the last question for later.
Into this document right here?
Yeah, but when we come back with a CIP plan, but also, I mean, we're talking about the budget process. Is there something that we presented that you say, nope, that's not a priority, this isn't important? Or is there something that's a more elevated priority or something that's not there?
I would, you want us to answer these now? Answer this question? I would love to.
Mic check.
Thank you. I would love to see the splash pad move up.
I agree with that.
That's my only, yeah.
I'm not necessarily sold on the location of Community Park.
Yeah.
Because we've got a lot of
Yeah.
other items from the master plan that we're trying to squeeze into Community Park. And unless like we can tesseract that, I don't think that we can unfold it to be big enough for everything that we want to put in there. But I do agree. I would love to see a splash pad. I think that it should be more of a priority, something that I would like to see that accomplished this year if possible.
Now, if not community park, because I agree with that, I think do we have any ideas of somewhere else that it could go if we are thinking about moving it up?
I mean, we have the water already available in the Whitley Park
The
area
pool.
that was formerly the
Where
pool.
the pool was at, that's like top, I mean, I can see it there. That'd be a great area right there, taking something and put it right back in water, aqua hours there, so everything's pretty much, it's not a question whether water can get there, because it's already there.
I was thinking, I guess it wouldn't cause a concern for residential because it wouldn't be open like that late, so it wouldn't cause a disturbance for residents that live in that area. I don't think.
So if you want to look at Whitley Park, I would suggest starting with your site plan for the park, and then you could work with the community on the layout of it and get that engagement. Because I think there's certain park amenities that neighbors could have concern with and they just want an opportunity. It's just like when you go through any process, it's like dog parks, you'll hear pickleball courts, pools and splash pads are things that you might hear from the community that they don't want right beside them, or then they just want an opportunity to say that they're okay with it. So if you really want to investigate Whitley Park as an option for a splash pad, certainly an option that I think should be considered. But I do think that looking at it from the totality of the park site and like how you want to use it for years to come and place and making sure that you get everything placed in the best place possible and consider your residents in that manner, I think would be advantageous if you want to do it that way.
I would like to look at that at Whitley Park.
I think it's a good location.
I would like to look at Whitley Park. Whatever steps we need to take to start planning that would be great.
And what's that going to, I mean, from what I'm hearing from you is that we're going to have to go through an entire community engagement process again, and like how can we streamline that and how can we fast track that so that it's something that we can actually like bring to fruition instead of just like talking about it, having focus groups where 12 people show up. It was a pool for many, many years, and there hasn't been that much resident turnover. So I feel like those folks have already experienced it as a functioning pool. Not that we wouldn't want to certainly touch base with them, but what would that whole process look like as far as community engagement? Because I can tell you right now, I might run into 1 or 2 people out of our entire community that would say, what, a splash pad's a terrible idea. I think that most of them are going to say what I've heard for years, and that's that we need one.
Yeah. So if you want, we have, as far as fast tracking the process. So if you do community engagement, you could just be very intentional in how you approach it, and maybe you're not doing it to maximize engagement, but you're doing it just to give people an opportunity. So you could have it that is just virtual based, or you can have on-site workshops with the community. You could narrow your window and just say you wanna have your whole public engagement done in a short window, and work with a vendor that has the capacity to turn it around very quickly. Your next step would be I don't think you're going to see a splash pad on the ground in the next year, because it's going to you're going to have to go through the design process, you're going to have to go through your permitting process, you're going to have to source the material, and a lot of your park equipment sourcing, some of it is being sourced out anywhere from 12 to 18 months, like just playgrounds. So I haven't had to look into whether or not splash pads are in that same realm, but if playground equipment is in a 12 to 18 month range, it is very likely that you could have that same issue with splash pad equipment. So if you want to do that, I mean, if you fund it, we can go ahead and start the community engagement and the site planning process. You know, as soon as we get funded, we could start engaging some planners to help us, some consultants to help us with that process in a very timely manner. But you're still going to need to come back, and it's going to take time to do the designs and everything else, the construction drawings.
Well, nothing is going to get cheaper. And if we need to make any purchases that are going to be 18 to 24 months out, we should start that process now. And so I would like to make the suggestion that we shift the splash pad from Community Park to potentially Whitley Park and start the process. Thoughts?
Any comments, Commissioner Davis?
Could I just ask a question?
Go right ahead.
Educational purposes. When we were talking about putting in the pool area, had we not spent those savings from the pool in other areas, would we have been able to use those funds towards this?
I don't think we've spent any money.
Those were public work funds, weren't they? They were in their budget.
Specifically
So
for
they
their
were not
budget?
in anything else, so, you know, we just
To the mic, please.
we kept it and rolled over to them.
Beverly, we can't
Speak.
Because
It's not
I
working.
think it's working.
Tap on it, will you?
Put it up to your mouth, girl.
Tap on it, no.
Mic check, mic check.
Here, Beverly, use this one. No.
The money that was given, that you said, because we did the pool and saved the money, that was in the Public Works budget. And so they saved the money, and it worked for them to sit, and it was used, it's been put back into another project for them. So it stayed there.
It's general fund balance at the end of the day. So, I mean, if that's something that you want to engage in, you know, it's going to come from
She's working on it in the other room, and we hear it here.
You just worked.
Yeah.
I broke it.
Any other questions, comments?
That's for, about the splash pad?
Yeah, Commissioner Harris?
I was just gonna say I'm in favor of moving it up and looking into it being at Whitley Park.
Commissioner Miles?
As far as the splash pad, I agree with you guys, but for me, elevated priority there again is that bathroom in Gill Street Park. It's been 2.5 years. I understand remediation has to take place, what it may be, but that is definitely a high priority for me in this budget.
But you do agree with the splash pad?
I do agree with the splash pad, yes, sir.
Okay. So I think that's the consensus, general consensus, is to move ahead with the splash pad on Whitley Park area. Nodding of heads.
Yes, yes, sir.
He's talking to me.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on CIP items that you would like to see?
I will say again, the bathroom in Gill Street Park is a high priority in this CIP for 2025.
Commissioner Hurst.
The bathroom is a priority for Gill Street. I agree with Commissioner Miles. In the interim, have we reached out to see if I think the church, but there is not another business within this area. Have we tried to partner to see if, I don't know if that's something that we could do, but bathrooms are a priority. So I don't know if we've tried to make any type of partnership or anything to see. The church is the only business or organization within this area that it is. Have we tried to make any type of partnership or any type of connection to see if we can possibly, I don't know what that will look like. I just want to know if any efforts have been made.
Yeah, so if you recall at your operating budget work session for Parks and Rec, that was something that I brought up as an interim, would be to potentially partner with the church. So we have, the church has engaged with us about some other opportunities to partner. So we have a meeting set where, in addition to what their interest is, we can also talk about other ways we can partner, which may include access to bathrooms, and be intentional in the times and days, how we can use it to program, not just use their facility, just open it for the bathroom purposes, but if we're going to be there, we're going to have staff, and can we just use that as programming time for the community? So that those are conversations that we are looking to have.
Okay, I would love to get a follow-up or just the outcome of how that conversation goes.
Absolutely.
All right,
Who
thank
was
you.
that meeting with, Sheila?
I don't have it on me. I believe it's your niece.
My rationale for meeting,
rings a bell.
it's the pastor over there. I do know the pastor, that's what I'm saying. So if that's,
Yeah.
he's here.
I can't recall her name, but she did share with me that you were her uncle, I think. So,
Okay.
I will.
Everybody.
Yeah, that's the only thing that
Hello.
rings a bell. But
Hello.
we do have a meeting set to discuss that, and that was a door opening to be able to have a larger conversation.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can I say, can I speak?
Commissioner Davis?
I do like the idea of partnering to make sure that we have usage for our bathroom. I just want to make sure that it's not looked at as a long-term solution, that we are pressing. That's like both y'all are saying, this is something I know that this board has been fighting for the longest time, and it seems like it keeps getting pushed out and pushed out. So I just want to make sure that we get the information we need in regarding what exactly is going on with the park at this time, and then we move forward as soon as possible to make sure those bathrooms happen. I don't want this to just be a long term.
That's good. Because like I said, dealing with DEQ, just trying to figure out where we stand with those guys. Like I said, I know speaking at the City Vision, we did speak with a young lady, had information. They didn't quite understand why we closed it down, first of all. So now just trying to figure out where it sits on the table, in their table. So funding is key. And they do have grants for remediation, so.
Yeah, we got to move funds around. That's what we need to make sure we do.
Commissioner Baxter?
Are we done with Gill Street? I agree, we need to make Gill Street a priority, but are we done talking about it? Or is there anybody?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, so on page 68, that is the only recommended items are
listed therein. And so I have to assume that if there's going to be some sort of sunshade option, we're going to need to add something to the CIP here. If we are going to consider doing the splash pad, which it looks like we can have covered with an impact fee according to your chart, the funding there can be, is already resolved, but do we need to move it on to the recommended CIP? First question being.
Yes, if you could break down the questions and I'll answer them one at a time.
The first question is everything that we have discussed captured on page 68?
So the splash pad is not captured on 68. Well, hang on. It is in a projected manner. So it's under community park. So we can move that down and we can get you the updated, it'll be an updated ordinance, correct?
Yeah, so let me talk more broadly. So I presented the budget last week. That's the manager's budget. Now the budget is in your hands.
Right.
And you are modifying it. And so what I will do at your public hearing, I will deliver to you and the community at the same time feedback from this. So as an example, on the spreadsheet that you're referencing, sunshades isn't in there, splash pad isn't in there. I will reflect the feedback from you and show it in there. And then you all will officially vote on it. But that will be where you see the change from where it is now, reflective of the feedback that we're getting.
Correct. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page that it's going to be added and where it's going to be added. So we've got Gill Street Park bathroom solutions that need to come back to us. We've got the sunshade for Community Park, and then we've got the splash pad for Whitley Park. Was there anything else that I didn't capture, guys?
No, that was good.
Okay.
One of the questions I would have, do you want, I don't know that the sunshade is going to be like an extraordinary expense. I mean, I could be surprised, but do you want that to be something that goes within this budget process, or you want me to bring it back to you and do a budget amendment as we are able to research those options and present them to you?
Let me embellish on that. I can put money in here for a sunshade, but just know, based upon what I'm hearing from Sheila, that she still needs to do some investigation, that it's simply a guess, because I don't know the scope of work that she's talking about. So if it's just to plug a number in there to reflect that you've been heard, but just know that it's a placeholder and it could change, that's one way to approach it. The other way to approach it is let her do the research, come back to you with some options, and intuitively, I'm just feeling, comparatively speaking, with a $28 million budget, that's not going to be a thing that's going to rock the budget where you can do a mid-year budget adjustment. So I think you got a couple of options. One is you can put it in the capital budget, know it's a placeholder, know it's a guess, or you can give her the time to come back to you, I'm going to guess August, with some options that are more clear on what the scope of work is. So I think that's what she was getting at. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I would like to make sure that it is captured in this year's budget, even if we just put like a $5,000 placeholder. And if it needs to be more, then she can come back before us with a budget adjustment.
I'm good with that.
Thoughts?
I'm fine with that.
Fine with that.
So that means we could do the same thing for the bathroom then, correct? Put a placeholder in there, correct? I would love to do that. to ensure we capture something there again. It's 2.5 years we've been pushing for it. I would love a placeholder in that.
Where in here was it broken out? I don't see
So for Gill Street.
for Gill Street, the
Yeah.
bathroom. Like, I don't see it anywhere. I just see community planning and park
It's
development.
not on there.
It's under development. Like
Development?
park, that's what park development.
Okay,
lists
so
at.
that'll
Like,
be-
Yeah, I didn't want to just say bathrooms because the community planning may establish other things that you want, in addition to it.
For me personally, I would like the Gill Street bathroom park to be its own line item. We know those funds are set aside just for this particular project. I understand the development aspect of things and park development, but I want that to have its own line item. That's open for discussions. For
I actually agree
discussions.
with that. Is that I think if we don't at this point, it's not going to happen. What? Sorry. I actually agree with Commissioner Miles. I think it is important that we emphasize in here that it is about the Gill Street Park bathrooms, just to ensure that this project goes forward.
So the community planning and park development on the Gill Street, you're suggesting what, 30,000 for FY25?
Yeah, so we can pencil something in. Unlike the shade structure, we're gonna ask for a lot of grace from the board on this. I have not seen a soil remediation report. Those processes can be incredibly expensive. I won't be surprised if we spend $500,000, depending upon what we get back. So just know that it would be a placeholder in the most liberal sense of the word, okay? And the actual cost of the project is going to be greatly informed by not only the report that we get back, but the recommendations. So just understand that this remediation could be a very expensive thing. So as long as you go into it understanding that there's a lot of latitude in what that budget cost could be, then I just needed to make you all aware of that. That's all.
Okay, just as long as there is a line item specific for that bathroom on Gill Street Park, is a line item on there, I'm fine with it.
You want it to say, instead of park development, bathroom?
Gill Street
Okay,
Park
all right,
bathroom
okay.
specific.
Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Any more recommendations?
I'd just like to know a little bit more about what the HVAC replacement is all about for community center?
Chris, Ray.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, at your community center and Parks and Rec maintenance facility there that was constructed in 2009, you have a total of, my memory serves me correct, 13 individual HVAC units because all the individual controlled spaces there. We have replaced one last year. You recently done a budget amendment to replace one that failed this year. And so the budget amount for $230,000, if my memory serves me correct, is to replace the 11 remaining units. Because basically they're in their useful life. HVAC has a typical useful life of 12 to 15 years, and clearly 2009 to 2025, we're there.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate
ma'am.
that.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Just thinking of no air in the summertime.
Any other comments on proposed projects, CIP projects?
Commissioner Miles, did you want to talk about the bridge?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand, that bridge replacement. Wouldn't that be something that we could potentially, we know that area's about to develop within the next year. So wouldn't that something we could kind of push towards the developer? Is that somebody that can?
I'm sorry, what are you asking about?
You talking
Right, that the bridge on Barbie's Trailhead, that area's about to develop right there. So it's just going to basically be like connectability for that community. Is that something we could push that away?
No,
For,
We have Mike Clark to respond.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. The location of that bridge is actually not on the development site, and that was something that was in early conversations, but because it was an off-site improvement, and that particular request did not need to go through any sort of conditional rezoning or anything like that, it met all the standards, there's nothing that we could do to require the developer to do that at that time. And there's no other development plans in along that corridor in any capacity which would lend towards working on that bridge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you said the Boy Scouts built it the first time. Would that something we go back to those guys for an eco project or something like that, you think?
It's Scouts of America, not Boy Scouts anymore.
Yeah, correct. I did receive that. Thank you, sir. Scouts of America, we could go back to those guys and do that?
We certainly could. The challenge that we're running into there is really you're dealing with the stream and permitting and making sure we're going to build something that's going to last for a long time. So for this particular location, I think that there's a lot of things we could work with the Boy Scouts on, and I think we've been in discussion on for some various projects. I don't know if that bridge is probably the best thing for us to do with the Boy Scout right now, just understanding.
Scouts of America.
I was waiting.
I'll get it. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something that we could look into. I just want to make sure what we put back, we do it in a manner that's very respectful of nature, but is going to be here for a long time and be something our community can rely on. And we've had a great relationship working with the church in the past, specifically on that trailhead. We would just like an opportunity to see if we can engage in some very intentional discussion with them.
So will there be any cost? There's no cost to the church at all, correct?
Not the way we would want to approach it. We would want to establish an agreement that would allow us to do improvements within that trail space. Very similar to like when we do a greenway, you get an easement that allows for the trail and then some maintenance on both sides, and then amenity placement, signage, things like that. So we would want to work with them to get approval to do that and have it be open to the public in that realm. We would need to just engage them and learn their interest of being a part of that process and move forward.
So right now, we do not have easements,
Yeah, you don't
and it
have
was a
contracts,
bridge to nowhere.
Right, so basically putting
Because we
funds
didn't have any permission
Correct.
to actually, okay.
Yeah.
So
We
basi-
owned some property on the other side. They maintained on their side and we maintained on our side.
But there wasn't access all the way to the road, correct?
Through the church.
The church, but we didn't
parking
have
lot.
but we didn't have
But
the
there's no
easement.
easement, so we've
Okay.
never been able to mark it as a trail entrance. The community has used it because the church has maintained it that way, and we just have had this long-standing relationship, but we would like to work with them to do it right.
Okay.
That's good.
Any other projects, questions? And if you have any questions and comments concerning these, you can always contact staff.
I'm gonna leave the last one because it's something we need to talk about, but we don't necessarily have to today, but I want to have it on your mind. Like, how do we pay for the items? As you see, as we move things up, as we move things back, there are going to be large price tags. Your recreation impact fee is a nice helper, but it is not going to get you all the way there for all of these items. So a bond referendum specific to Parks and Recreation is going to be something that we'll have to talk about, and just what general fund items are going to be or general funds are going to be available to support all of your projects, your transportation improvements, your fire station, things like that, and where Parks and Rec will fit into that. So those are just discussions we'll have to continue to have as we move forward.
Yeah, in fact, that brings me
to Little River, where we don't have any recommended projects. And we've gone through the paces of getting a master plan to approving work in some arenas. And I feel like without moving forward.
From a proportionality standpoint, as Sam mentioned, so like all 100% of the funding probably shouldn't come from rec impact fees. You are currently using some rec impact fees for Little River Park because of Jasper's Place is right there. So it's reasonable to expect that that would be a park that they would utilize. You're not seeing, and I'm not sure if I'm answering this question right, but you've already allocated funding for phase 1, and so you have a CIP project for that, so you're not going to keep seeing that in the budget because there's dedicated funding, so you don't have to keep reallocating that funding for phase 1.
Correct, but from this spreadsheet, there is, what, 1.5 million for phase 1 for 2026.
Phase 2 maybe.
Phase 2 is higher, I thought.
Which sheet are you referring to?
What page you on?
Hold, please. All right, if we look at page 68, the CIP, there is FY 2026, $1.5 million for phase 1, and then 2028, $2.7 million for phase 2. Unless I'm misunderstanding how that is written.
That's correct.
She's looking at this though. Oh, okay. What I'm thinking probably happened here is it was trying to phase it out, recognizing that you've got a lot of projects in front of you. And yeah, okay. So I think it's just like phase, it should say phase 2 and phase 3 is what I'm, like where it says phase 1 and phase 2 here.
It should
on
say
page
phase 2 and
68,
phase
It should
3.
say phase 2 and phase 3.
Okay. Can everybody make those?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on page 68. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
I thought that we had already allocated funds, and so,
I hope we're not going that far out. We should have it done by then.
okay, so
Yeah.
we have the funds already allocated, and we should be starting to see some progress with Little River Park this coming fiscal year.
Yeah, so.
With funds that were allocated.
Yeah, we're working to secure the design firm, and then that process could take up to a year to actually get designs done, and then construction about a year.
All right, and so clearly we're about to come to the end of the fiscal year. Does that mean that some of those unused funds are going to go back into general fund and you're going to need to pull them back out?
No, that's why we came to you and created the CIP fund, because this is a project that we knew would take multiple years. I mean, the part of process is 3 years because it takes that long to typically get your designs done and then the construction done. And so when we submitted our application to Part F and y'all allocated the funding, you went ahead and did the CIP fund so that those funds are there, they're dedicated, and you don't have to worry about going back and reallocating every year and rebudgeting for them.
Okay, so you said that there's a 3-year process. So then when we're projecting for 2026, the $1.5 million, that's just going to be taking the $1.5 million and putting it into the CIP fund so that we will pull from it when we eventually get around to the actual construction.
Yes.
which
and
could be 3 years from now?
It could be, but it'll also help you because I think that investment in Little River Park is something that you'll continue to see interest from the state, maybe even the federal level or other agencies. And so as the town dedicates that funding, like what you did with Little River Park Phase 1 for our part of application, having those funds dedicated to be able to move forward helps make the case that the town is a serious partner in the grant process.
But we'll be running 2 separate bonds to help fund that, one in 2026 and one in 2028?
Well, that depends on how you go about the bond process. If you can do one larger amount that's spread out over multiple years, or if you wanted to, you could go back several different times. Typically, what we see is your bond project, you know you want to do these 4 projects or these 4 types of projects, and you do that over a 6-year time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think we can have a more thorough conversation on if you want to do a bond and what.
Yeah, no, like,
Yeah.
we've already exhausted where we need to be. I just wanted to understand.
Absolutely.
I probably could have just ended after you made the clarification that it was Phase 2 and Phase 3. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Any other funding questions? So at your operating budget work session that we did a couple of months ago, I had shared a preview that we were still working towards the sustainability project, and which would include moving forward with Bee City USA and continuing Tree City USA efforts. We have been working with an intern from NC State, which we had shared with you guys as how we were going to move forward. We worked with the intern to just do a light internal assessment of where the organization was sustainability-wise, and working with the community to get some feedback on what the community supports when it comes to sustainability. We do feel that there is interest in sustainability in our community and in our organization. There are a lot of things that we're already doing that we probably just don't recognize in that bucket on a regular basis. And we would like to make the recommendation because with both Bee City USA and Tree City USA, you have to have some sort of board or committee that addresses those initiatives. It can be part of a greater effort, such as a sustainability committee. And so we are going to be making that recommendation. We've worked with our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, which serves as your tree board currently, and we'll continue to have those discussions. The environmental, the sustainability committee that we would propose will look at environmental sustainability issues, environmental protection, urban forestry, recycling, and energy use. A committee could look like where you have committee leadership, where you've got the representative of your planning board, representation of your advisory board. You have community partners, which community partners are going to be organizations, institutions in the community that have some sort of tie to sustainability-based efforts. So it could be the Forestry Service, it could be GFL, it could be Duke Energy, for example. Community members, there may be just general community members that want to be a part of this effort, and giving them a role in committee leadership, I think, is important. You also have town staff. There are obviously things that in town operations, and as we move forward, we'll want to be collaborative in these efforts. And then you may have committee support participants that maybe I don't want to be in a leadership role, but I do want to volunteer and be a part of this. I think that's important to have opportunity for additional community members to be involved. And then it can be broken down into 3 subcommittees where you have Tree City USA, Bee City USA, and you can address recycling and energy. The next steps would be, in order to apply for the Bee City application, you have to do their resolution. And to do their resolution, or when you do their resolution, you have to have a committee of some sort that will support this Bee City initiative. And so the next steps are to adopt, consider, discuss the route of sustainability committee, to adopt the Bee City resolution, to submit the Bee City application, and then we'll need to identify our focus and commitment to sustainability. So what our research, when we've talked with, I'm gonna give this example like Bee City USA and some of these other sustainability committees that have been established, you can take sustainability to whatever direction you want to, specific to your organization. It could be, we're not going to use chemicals in these specific areas, or we're not going to use chemicals at all and we're okay with clover and weeds. That's going to be okay. Or we're going to only use these certain products, but if you limit it to those certain products, you could see an increase in your expenses. If you want to move in the direction of renewable energy, what does that look like? And so figuring out, once we get this established, working with the committee and gauging what direction we would want to go with sustainability, you're going to end up with a need to have staff funded to be very intentional with your sustainability efforts, and to match what that interest level is. Any questions?
No, I just have some statements.
Okay.
Any questions? Commissioner Baxter?
So what you're saying is that we need a Tree City subcommittee, a Bee City subcommittee, and a recycling and energy subcommittee. Currently, we have the Parks and Rec Advisory Board as the Tree City USA committee. Also, I would like to encourage Parks and Rec to start holding some Parks and Rec Advisory Board meetings, because there haven't been any in a while. If there needs to be a Bee City USA, from what I'm understanding, it is not that intensive and could perhaps be absorbed the same way that Tree City USA was into the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, until we have time to actually go about creating a sustainability committee, which could then, in addition, also consider recycling and green energy efforts. So I would like us to get an idea of what the funding would be that's needed to push these and make these happen, both with Bee City being a part of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and then with the creation of all of these subcommittees, which I'm not sure that we have the bandwidth in this cycle to be considering a recycling and renewable energy subcommittee, but I will absolutely ask the board for their thoughts on that as well.
It might be helpful if we elaborate on why we made the recommendation that we did. So the town of Zebulon is a member of the Tree City USA program. And it comes across as if the town is really just checking a box, but not really making substantive advances in the Tree City USA program. And that becomes apparent when Tree City USA obligations get assigned to a Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Parks and Rec Advisory Board members are very passionate about parks and recreation, very committed to parks and recreation, don't necessarily have the skill sets or the interest in being able to serve on a Tree City board to really further the goals of Tree City. So in that light, what we are putting before you, and you don't need to decide it now, but we have included funding in your FY25 budget, is to create a sustainability committee. And they can then not only take over the Tree City USA obligations, but they also can have added to them the Bee City USA obligations. So,
Where is this located?
well, I mean, that's what we're putting before you, is that you create, and this will be a policy decision. Right now, we're just talking about the budget, the funding for it, but the funding to create a sustainability committee. But that sustainability committee taking over the Tree City USA obligations to really further that program and to not fall in the same trap as what was happening with Tree City, also oversee Bee City so they can really further the goals of that program as well, rather than just checking a box. So that's why we're recommending adopting a sustainability committee. You don't need to make that decision now, but we have included funding in the FY25 budget for you to do that.
Thank you, but where is it located in the budget, please?
It is under the, it's, hold on just a second.
Page 38.
Yep.
38.
That's the advisory board one on page 38.
It's the very last item. It
Okay,
says
good,
sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess my question is more, this is just a recommendation to help us move forward in a more like intentional manner. If the thought is we just want this to stick with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, we can, would you be open to just combining or rewriting the Tree City ordinance so that you are putting them together? So you have Tree City and Bee City. You could call them a sustainability board if you wanted to, just for now to get things started moving in that direction, and then you can revisit if you want to establish something different or not. Either way, I've got to bring forward the ordinance to create this board, appointed board. So that is kind of, if we were going to go through that process to do it anyway, did we want to be thinking more long-term, or do you just want the more short-term option?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure I was understanding. Joe, were you saying that the board for Parks and Rec is not showing interest in Tree City and Bee City? Is that what you're stating?
Well, I'm gonna let Sheila talk about how we check the box for Tree City USA, and then just allow her to elaborate on how the Parks and Rec Advisory Board does their best to approach that.
Yeah. Most people, when they get appointed to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, don't know that they're being appointed to the tree board. So they figure that out when they come and sit with me to do an orientation. And the ordinance assumes that there's some very specific interest or responsibility put on the tree board, like inventorying the trees in town and providing a recommendation. We aren't currently funded and set up to do it that way, and the tree board doesn't necessarily, or those that are volunteer to be on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, find out they're on the tree board. I'm not going to say they don't have it, but they may not have it and may not have an interest. So I'm not going to necessarily make that broad of a statement, but I do think that when we approached our tree board to say, hey, this is something we're thinking about, what do you think? Because the responsibilities are theirs, it's coming on them. So what do you think about this process? And they express interest in still being able to have some engagement. But they're very open and want to see collaboration and recognize that there's a broader brush that we could paint here. And so we have been working towards this, and we want to see it through. It's just what is it that we want to do right now? Do we want to do the very short-term, easy, just put it on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board? I can bring that ordinance forward. Do you want to create the Sustainability Committee, or do you want to do something sort of interim?
May I?
Commissioner Harrison.
I want to do whatever we need to do to move this forward, but I do think when we think about the future and longevity and sustainability, that we need to have a committee that is specific to sustainability. I would like, because I don't want to just talk about the right now. I want to make sure that we are moving forward. I'm not going to use Commissioner Miles's quote again today. So I want us to make sure, because we have been talking about Bee City for a while, and it is something that I think is very, our board is passionate about, and I want to see us move forward on it. So if that means that we need to, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board needs to be that placeholder until we can, until you guys can bring us back a long-term plan to create a sustainability committee, then whatever we need to do to move forward, but in moving forward, ensuring that we are creating a long-term plan for our residents and our community.
Agreed.
Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to ensure, the reason why I was asking that question is that being that the board, the Parks and Rec board is different now, looks different, I want to make sure that we're not under the assumption that they're not interested in this, because if they haven't had any meetings since this board has changed, we can't go with just the assumption that they might not be interested. So I want to make sure that we're presenting this to them so that we can move forward, and then we can get their feedback if this is something that they're interested in doing. I just don't want to make that assumption based upon what the board looks like now versus prior.
Commissioner Miles.
Also, with that said, I think what we can do in the meantime, we can just go through and update the description of what it consists in that, and then we can move forward like that and then jump back. So.
For the Parks and Rec Advisory Board?
Correct. Just
say
update
that.
it.
Yeah.
Just update it.
Yep.
Include it.
Yep, I agree.
Commissioner Harrison.
I do agree. I agree with that. I agree. But I still think that it should be a separate board, because I think long-term, we're going to encounter more things, maybe more things we want to be a part of. And I feel very passionate about ensuring that we have a specific group that, unless it's going to be a part of the Parks and Rec group, but I think we need to have a specific committee that is focused on the sustainability of our town. Has there been a lapse in Parks and Rec Advisory Board meetings that we're unaware of?
Not that I know of. We met with the current sitting board. We have met. We are meeting. They have a retreat this Saturday, and they are meeting on Monday. And on their Monday agenda, I'm actually talking about sustainability with them as a follow-up to what's discussed tonight.
Okay.
To just update them on where we were. And so I'll be able to let them know that it's y'all's interest that, or intent that they take on the Bee City as well. And I can get some feedback from them, and we can, I can be preparing the update to the ordinance, if that's what you're seeking.
That would be great, and I would also like to see a consensus on for the advisory board. Since that was put out there that they may not be interested, I would like to see their level. I would want to hear from them on what they
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And so,
Who from who?
the Parks and Rec Board.
If they're interested in doing it.
Like they're interested in it because it was stated that, that they are not. So I want to reflect them appropriately.
So are we saying at this time we would like to start by going with Parks and Rec, the advisory board, to see if this is something they're interested in, so that we can move forward, but then look in the future for a sustainability board?
Yeah, I think just whatever we need to do to move forward to
Yeah,
get
that's
these
what I wanna
things
make sure.
done, but
Okay.
having a
I
long-term
think
plan.
one of the situations is that the folks that probably are on the Parks and Rec board, this was not a clear assignment for them.
Right.
As far as them wanting to join the board. So this is like something that's being added to them, and that may not be an interest for some because that wasn't what the applications indicated when they signed up.
Right.
So I agree getting a consensus from them, and if that proves non-productive, I think we need to move forward with developing some kind of committee, even if we have to do some funding in that area, because we have kicked this can down the road a pretty good while now.
so just to curate this forward, we have the funding of $5,000. We have pretty much all agreed, with the exception of a nod from Beverly, that we would like to start this process going and then look towards building a sustainability committee as soon as it's feasible. Does that sound about what we have all talked about? Is that correct?
I'm in agreement with that.
I've yet to see where it's specific.
Commissioner Clark?
I think since she's got the plans right here of what they want to do and how to carry it out, and then why give it to one and then switch it to the other? I would say go ahead and start your sustainability committee proposal and get this started and not give it to your rec advisory board. I just think that would be a waste of time to me to go ahead and get it done.
Commissioner Harrison? Commissioner Miles?
I say stay where we're at. Go ahead and put this quote-unquote other duties that's assigned on the current Park and Rec board, and then we kind of look into change the sustainability later on. That's what we do.
Commissioner Baxter?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
In agreement with Commissioner Baxter.
So we have a consensus? Commissioner Harrison?
So can we direct the staff to bring us an ordinance back for our June meeting about this? Would that be?
For as what?
To get the.
Speaking to the mic, please.
To get the committee into the Parks and Rec and to do all the sustainability stuff.
Speak up.
That was it. I'm done.
So basically, the ordinance would consist of putting those other duties onto the Park and Rec.
Parks and Rec, correct.
I've yet to see something specific where this is only for Park and Rec to do X, Y, and Z. Is that something that exists where that board will only consider certain things, their task? Is there something that when they signed on, I've yet to see that? Maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, it's in your ordinance, so we can provide you that information as well as the tree board, what those responsibilities are.
All right, thank you.
And I don't know if we need to have that available for the advisory committee also, as far as the ordinance is concerned, because there may be something that we need to tweak.
So is this something that you can address on Saturday with your retreat?
It's already on their agenda for Monday's meetings.
So there we go.
Okay.
What I'll need to do is, if it's okay with y'all, can we just update the tree board to be tree and B, tree city, or, tree board and B city board, so it's Otherwise, then they become 3 different, or I can update the Parks and Rec, Tree, and B City so that there's one board rather than having to keep up with 3 different boards.
I think that's fine.
I think tree and B is fine.
If the advisory committee is in agreement to doing that, I don't see a problem with
I
that.
like that too.
Question?
All right. We manage the boards, so trying to make it clear on what they do when they call and ask us is really important. So if you're going to combine Tree City and Bee City, then I would recommend naming it the Sustainability Committee and leave it at that, even if the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is going to handle it until you guys can appoint someone to that board. That makes it much easier and much cleaner when people call and ask questions.
Yeah, but somewhat the verbiage need to be in there about Tree City and Bee City. I mean, regardless of whatever you call it.
Yes, you could just call it sustainability, and then whatever you decide you want to be part of that board can do that. You know, that makes it easier to cover. And I wouldn't call it a committee, I would call it the Sustainability Board.
So the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is also the Sustainability Board? Is that what you're recommending?
Until you get to a point where you are ready to appoint people to that board, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's make it happen.
Parks and Rec Sustainability Board?
No.
The Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
It's just going to be called the Sustainability Board, and it will cover Tree City and Bee City. And then the advisory board will serve that role as the Sustainability Board when they meet. What will happen is you will have a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. They'll have one meeting. They close that meeting, and then they call the Sustainability Board.
Well, you might as well go on and put in recycling and energy also. One big happy package.
Tree, bee, and energy, let's do it.
Oh, that was
right
clever.
now. And move on.
Good pun. I liked it.
It's already 11:57 p.m. It's not. It's not. It just feels that way.
It feels.
Is that the consensus?
Yes.
Moving on.
All right.
Thank you.
What you're about to have is not a policy discussion, but I am putting before you some ideas on how you can change your policy on your strategic plan grants to give you the basis of the budget that I've placed in the FY25 budget. So while you still will need to have a policy discussion later on, you want to at least make sure you've got enough funds, and so that's why we're talking about funds. And again, I'm using policy as an example. Your current strategic plan grant policy that's adopted right now, the main points of that policy are that $5,000 cumulative is available. Up to $1,000 per organization can be given as an award. Applicants must satisfy or further a goal in one of the strategic plan focus areas. It's available to a certified 501c3 organization that has been in operation for 2 years, with the understanding or the expectation that the grant goes to cover operating expenses, not capital purchases. So that's your current policy. You can change that in the future. One of the things that we heard back when we had a roundtable discussion with the nonprofits in the community and the surrounding area was we heard 3 things. We heard commentary about the grant amount. We heard, and you all have experienced, nonprofits coming before you wanting startup funds to fundraise, and they do that by asking you to reduce or waive fees. And so I'm going to give you some things to think about there. They also talked about non-monetary resources for nonprofits. That's not in your FY25 budget. I think there's a partnership opportunity, perhaps with the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know. But I just listed it here so you knew that we did not overlook it. But the two items that are going to have budget impacts and do reflect the budget that's the budgeted amount that's in the FY25 budget are those first two, the grant amount and the startup support. So again, using a policy as an example. Mayor, should we take a recess?
Can you please, actually?
Yeah, can we,
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
thank you.
Thank you. Manager Moore?
Okay, so as I was saying, the first two topics are ideas that inform the budget that's in front of you for the strategic plan grants. So the grant amount, one of the things we heard from the roundtable was the suggested current grant amount isn't enough. And so if you were to adopt a policy that increases the number of grants, right now it's limited to 5, increase that to 8 grants, or I'm sorry, total of 5 grants at 1,000. If you increase it to 8 grants and you set the minimum award of 1,000, because right now you can subdivide that in halves and quarters. And then if you wanted to reward someone who stayed with the program and furthered your goals, like in 3rd year, you could give a bump. In the 4th year, you could give another 500 bump. In the 5th year, you could give the final $2,500 reward. So if you were to, as an example, give 8 grants with a maximum award of $2,500, that's $20,000. And that's going to factor into the budget that I put before you for consideration. As far as startup support, some of the things that we shared with you last time is 30% fail within 10 years. That's from the National Center of Charitable Statistics. More than half fail or stall within a few years. So that's Forbes. They obviously had a different analysis. And then the listing of the top causes for nonprofit failure are listed there: the fundraising, long-term planning, lack of leadership, inability to adapt. The last 3 bullet points are things that you don't have any control over. If they're not engaged in long-term planning, if they lack leadership, if their inability to adapt, there's nothing you can do about that. Either they've got it or they don't. But one thing that you can help them with, and you do help them with, is fundraising. So as an example, when they come before you and they want to use your public right-of-way or they want to use your public property to have fundraising events, they typically couple that with a request to reduce or waive fees. And we as a staff, we go through and we calculate what is the actual cost of staff time and materials. And if you decide to waive the fees entirely, we put out a caveat there that just know that we didn't budget for that. And we might have to come before you in the fiscal year to ask for more funds. What this is considering is you've got a pot of $5,000 that if someone comes before you, and this would be outside the typical application process. This would be someone who comes to you mid-year and says, hey, we want to do a fundraiser, we want access to your public property or public right-of-way, and we want a fee reduction or a waiver. This would be like that, a checking account that you just draw from. And then the non-monetary assistance, these were the things that they were asking for help on: promotion assistance, resource assistance, identifying people to serve as board members or volunteers. And they seem to really appreciate connecting with each other. And I think there's opportunities where we can partner with someone in the community to help out with the non-monetary assistance. But when it comes to the monetary side, and this is what we welcome your feedback on, if, as an example, you were to adopt a policy that issued 8 grants where the minimum award is $1,000, the maximum award, depending upon how they grew with you, would be $2,500, and you had a fee reduction waiver budget of $5,000, that would be a strategic plan grant line item of $25,000, which is in your FY25 budget. So again, you haven't adopted or revised your policy, but $25,000 is in the FY25 budget for you to work with as put before you with this example. So with that, I'll take any feedback or questions or comments.
Questions, comments?
I'm not sure that setting the number of grants because sometimes in the past we have had organizations come before us and we have given them $500 or $700. And we have been able to fund more than 8 grants by doing so. Do we have any thoughts about that? Or do we just stick with the minimum award? If you come before the board and you've been 2 years in, you can get the maximum of 1,000. That would mean that 8 people could come before us 2 years in, and we would only use $8,000 of that line item. Instead of saying that there are parameters and up until we exhaust the $20,000, we will continue to receive grant requests.
As for me, I don't like the kind of way we put ourselves in a box. 8 grants, I don't like that, where we limit ourselves, because I've seen in the past where we've given a lot more and kind of took that money and made it, that 5,000 and stretched it thin. Basically fed 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread type thing with the money. So
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
basically, I've seen where we've taken the $5,000 and we've stretched it, as
Yeah.
you stated
Yeah, yeah,
before,
yeah.
give 500 here, 250, to ensure that everybody that came before the board got some kind of funding. So
But my comment to that would be, are we really helping them to accomplish what they need to accomplish by giving such a minimal amount? And the other thing, I don't know, is this something to consider? What are you asking the money for? You know, some say, well, I'm just giving an example. Give out book bags to whatever.
right.
You got 4 other groups
Giving out books?
up here doing, they asking for the same thing, you know. So my thought process in that is they need to combine with these other groups that's doing the same thing and have one huge request rather than this piecemeal. And definitely $5,000. I know that needs to be increased.
For the fee reduction or the waiver portion?
For the overall.
But for the fee reduction waiver portion, yes.
And I'm not sure, Sam, you might need to help me with this one. Years ago, it was said one of the reasons we only awarded a maximum of $1,000 because if we award more than $1,000 to a particular group, is that we can request to see what their last audit looks like.
Yeah, I don't know that trigger. I was just reading something here. I know there's a statute with a $5,000 trigger that I could look into, but yeah, you do have the obligation, no matter what the amount is, to ensure the public purpose use of the funds.
And we did, at one point, ask that folks come back with an update.
And some did, yeah.
And that was kind of the, if you want to be able to do this again, you need to tell us exactly how those funds were spent. And for some organizations, it was super easy, like the United Methodist Church Food Pantry. They could easily come and say, we took your $1,000 and we put food into the community. And is that enough for them to come back and do a report like that? Or are you saying that we need to get more official?
Yeah, I think it would depend, but in what I was just reading on this issue, the grant can include some controls. The example from the Supreme Court case was instead of just paying dues to the chamber, it was, well, we're gonna purchase advertising for promoting our town, and we want to have the right to approve the ad, and then we want to see specifically that the money was spent for the ad. So there were controls put in the grant to ensure that the money was being spent on something the town had the right to spend it on.
And so when we have grant applicants come before us now, they tell us what their proposed spending plans are. And that really, I think, directs whether or not we fund them and for how much. And then what you're saying is that we could put further obligations on the 501c3 as far as reporting and any other obligations, I guess?
Yeah, you could tie the grants to a particularized kind of reporting mechanism to ensure the public use of those funds.
Okay.
Commissioner Baxter, can I ask?
Commissioner Davis?
Commissioner Baxter, when you...
Speaking to your mic,
I'm
please.
sorry. When you were mentioning about the 8 grants, were you looking to change that number or eliminate?
Well, I would just say that I would suggest keeping the monetary amount and removing the 8 grants. Because if we awarded, if we had 8 applicants come before us that had been in operation for 2 years, they would only be able, under this policy, to receive $1,000. In that case, we would be distributing $8,000, and we would have still $12,000 left in the grant budget.
Oh, girl, thank you, because I did not understand. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, okay. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Davis?
I'm with Jessica, that's why I had to ask that
Okay.
question.
So-
I'm sorry, sometimes the wheels turn in my head, but it doesn't come out of my mouth.
So
the way
if
it
we
needs
don't
to.
spend it all, then it just rolls over.
Well, if we don't spend it all, then we could entertain more applicants.
Or entertain,
I think you said also mid-year, if somebody else came before us, when you did it at one time, is that what I was to understand, Joe? You were saying, if somebody was to, say, hypothetically, we gave the 8 out, you still had the $12,000 sitting there. Somebody else came mid-year, say, hey, we want to do something different. Is that what you visualized?
Yeah, so first of all, the 8 grants I'm just saying that is how I came up with the 25,000. I'm not trying to limit you all to 8 grants, but if you had 8 grants and the maximum amount of 2,500 came through, that would be $20,000. To your question, we hear from applicants about that either they're not ready, weren't aware of a deadline, or something came up and they want an opportunity to come mid-year. You could write into your policy that you have your March presentation and maybe your November presentation cycle. That's one of the things that I was getting at. The big thing I was getting at is on these fee reductions. They typically come before you based upon and are driven by the schedule of the event they've got. And that event might not match up with that typical March submission date. So if you had a pot of money that is available for fee reduction, you wouldn't be second guessing, okay, if I give this reduction on fees, if I give this waiver of fees mid-year, how is this going to affect the operations of the town? You know that you've already got an identified pot of money if someone came before you mid-year. So that's what I was getting about with the mid-year.
I think that we would need to discuss clarification as far as what would be involved with a fee waiver, because a facility use fee is easily waived. When it comes to any accompanying man hours, that's a different story. That has a monetary value as opposed to just letting someone use community park. But if they need to use community park and they need 4 staff members, a police officer, and a partridge in a pear tree, that could run to $1,200 or whatever. And that's where there is a real cost for the town, not in just reducing a facility fee. Thoughts?
So basically, you're saying do away with the fee reduction waiver?
No, not necessarily. I would just say that, like, I would like the board to retain its discretion to be able to reduce a facility use fee and then have the fee reduction / waiver come into play for any associated man hours or extra garbage cans or things that have real monetary cost. If we were to use a community center as an example, there is going to be an associated cost no matter what, because there's going to be someone that has to be there in the facility, less so in electricity, but of course that is a consideration as well. But if it's just some kind of event that is in a park that doesn't require any additional staffing, then I'd like to retain the ability to waive the facility fees, but then look at any man hours with the fee reduction and the waiver side of things.
Comments?
I'm looking at you, girl. Did that come out of my face right? No? Okay.
So.
No.
You're really talking about two things.
Correct.
Yeah.
Two things. The first being, when we have events that have to be staffed, let's say the Angel Prince Walk, they need to have folks that help them get set up for the event. They have garbage cans out. Public Works has to come in to help with setup and breakdown. Those all have associated man-hour fees because we have to pay those employees. So that would fall, for me, under the fee reduction and waiver. So if those associated man-hours that Sheila usually gives us the breakdown for, it's $750, then we could use that portion of the policy to waive those fees. But when it comes to an organization does not require or need anyone else involved in the process, they just want to walk around the field or something as part of their event, and they're taking care of everything else, we could use our discretion on a individual basis as to whether or not we're going to reduce the facility use fee. Yes, no, do I need to try again?
Try again.
Okay. All right, let's draw a diagram here. This facility right here has a rental fee. $500 just to be able to use the municipal center lawn for an event. That is before we take into account that we're going to need 2 people from Parks and Rec at $18 an hour, whatever the rate is, and a police officer and some public works assistants. Those man hours have another fee. Let's just say it's $200. But the facility use fee does not come with any other really billable the words.
You want me to offer my thoughts on it?
Yeah. Because I'm not doing a good job. In my head, it makes sense.
I'm hearing just a distinction between personnel fees and facility fees.
Right.
Yeah.
Dirt fees, rental, flat fee, rental versus personnel costs associated with that particular event. I mean, I'm not sure, are you drawing the distinction between them then to say maybe one is waivable and the other is not waivable?
Correct. One would be waivable with our discretion. The other one would have to go through the fee waiver and reduction application process, just like they do now. But now, we usually will reduce or waive it at the same time. It would just be an extra something. But it would give us more latitude.
And that's based upon, when you say discretion of the board, discretion of?
Yeah, discretion of the board. You know, if someone came before us and they were like, we would like to use the municipal grounds, we want the fee, the $500 fee just to use the municipal grounds waived.
But we wouldn't have a basis of,
we wouldn't have any limit. So we could do that 15 times if 15 people came before us with events that we thought
and we would, based upon the individual situations, we would judge at that time?
Yeah.
Decide at that time.
Yeah.
You might want the event for 1 day, 2 days.
What criteria would you,
Go
what
ahead.
criteria would you use to decide how much you waive
That's
for this
what I'm trying
person?
to get at.
So what you're going to do, potentially run into where somebody's going to feel slighted, discriminated against, and said, okay, hold on.
Everybody can do that right now.
I mean,
Everybody can feel slighted and hurt
Correct.
if they come before us and we don't waive 100% of the fees 100% of the time. But this is just saying that for something that doesn't have any true personnel man-hour costs, we should be able to waive those individually as many times as we want.
I think that's opening up a really big can of worms.
Exactly.
I don't think that would be in our best interest. I think that would be in the world of ensuring equitable practices. I think that can get real sticky real fast, and I think we might need to rethink.
Okay, that's
Because
fine.
what-
We've
what-
just
what-
done, oops, I'm sorry.
No, what it is, we kind of currently had that. I know, except people have tasted that, quote unquote, where they felt slighted or whatever. I mean, I know people and understand and respect that, but like I said, it's a very slippery slope we're walking down. 'Cause the board that we currently have now won't always be sitting here, so the next people come along and be saying, I think the same way we think.
That's why I
when
was
it comes to that.
asking, when we talk about the discretion of the board, I don't want it to look like we're showing favoritism at certain times when certain organizations come and we waive one time and then the next one comes and we don't waive. That's why I said, trying to figure out what would that look like exactly if we don't have a list of what you have to follow, what you have to present in order for us to decide.
Commissioner Clark?
All of those applications come through the Recreation Department, correct? So, I mean, she would have everything, and they would have it in order, and you would know you would have specifics, because Sheila brings that to us, and then we have that to work with.
If we are just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good.
You're finished.
If we, whether they come before us or not, I just want to make sure that we are not doing something that can look like we are showing favoritism to one organization versus another. So what does that look like? I think we would need to be specific of what that would look like before we move forward.
I think that, we get to look at it, and as far as I know, we've had no trouble with favoritism at all. And our recreation director brings the information to us, and we study it, and then we make the decision.
I think some citizens might feel different.
I would have that's what I say, a whole different section of the community is evidently
Yeah.
different, that they feel slighted and they have
And
tasted
they
it.
need to come to us and say that.
Yeah,
Okay?
I haven't heard that.
I'm good.
I think, maybe they need to let us know that, how they feel.
Thank you.
Tony?
Yeah, one thing I can add, Commissioner Clark, this is another, having it come through, I think everything comes through a written grant now, it sounds like to the Parks and Rec director. Then the public purpose is written down and it's stated, and it's much more defensible for the town to say, look, this is the applicant, this is what they said they were going to use, these are the, if you went, I understand the logic, the policy thought behind it, Commissioner Baxter, but I think you would lose the value, you would risk losing the value of that paper trail demonstrating the public purpose of the funds when the applicant is required to put that in on the front end versus just appear in a meeting and ask.
No, I'm sorry, that wasn't what I was saying at all. They would
Okay.
still have
They
to
would
go
still
through
do
the
it.
same
Okay.
process.
Gotcha.
I was just wanting to separate it out, but it sounds like this is just beating a dead horse. But what I'm going to put forth, just so that we all understand, is that, let's say Angel Prince or the Juneteenth or one of these other committees comes before us and they want to have a fee reduction or waiver, they can get $1,000. And I know that for a lot of these different events that we've been doing fee waivers that are sometimes significantly more than that. And I'm okay with saying, no, I'm sorry, $1,000 is what we have agreed to. I was trying to give us a little bit more latitude with being able to provide services for these 501c3s that clearly have benefits for our community. But if that is not the direction we want to go, then I am fine with that. I just wanted to put it out there as an option for us, and we can even float back and decide later.
Yeah, I think that was a good point. I feel confident in our 501cs or nonprofits that they know what their max is, and so they will plan accordingly when they come before us with their request. Especially ones that have been in the community doing the work, such as Angel Prince and the Juneteenth Committee, as long as they know what they're coming before us. And I think our Parks and Rec team does a great job with letting them know our policy and procedures and how to proceed with moving forward with asking for fee waivers.
Any other questions, comments? What do you need from us?
I got it. You all are in need of a policy discussion. The big thing here is that unless you change it before the public hearing, you're going to have $25,000 to work with. How you divvy it up is going to be based upon the policy discussion. I think this is a good opportunity for you all to have some initial discussions, but I'm hearing 25,000. That's a 5 times increase of what's in there right now.
Yeah, and kudos to upping that line. I'm glad that we're able to do that so that we can do more for our community. Thank you.
Commissioner Miles?
None of this time, sir.
Commissioner Clark?
None of this time.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Baxter?
Nope.
Thank you. Next. Fee waiver, Zebulon Bearcats.
Speaking of fee waivers.
Segue.
Great segue.
Great segue.
So as you discussed, when a nonprofit comes before you with a request, they work through staff, and we do have a chart. It's I'm not going to go through all the details, but are you a certified 501c3? Are you charging? Are you ticketing the event? Those are some criteria that we bring before you. And if they check all those boxes, then it becomes a consideration for you all to waive. And so Bearcats came before you at your regular meeting, and so you wanted us to follow back up on the application with that. I'll recognize Sheila.
Thank you. So the board gave us directive to provide a copy of the Zebulon Bearcat application, so I'm going to share that with you now.
Thank you.
When it comes to waiver of facility use fees, that is addressed in your fee schedule and your cost recovery policy, which is in your budget for review. And the current policy states that if you're a 501c3 or school organization in partnership with the town, that you can get the resident rate less 50%. If you're a 501c school organization and it's a free event, it's resident rate less 40%. 501c3 school organization ticketed event is the resident rate less 30%. To receive a reduced rate, you can submit in writing your rental application and a letter stating if it's a free or ticketed event. Provide your detailed explanation of how the event will benefit the town of Zebulon residents directly, as well as your 501c documentation. The anticipated fees for the Bearcats is based on the assumed need for, trying to get it in here really quick, 40 practices at 2 hours, as well as 5 game days that will also require lighting and some field prep as well. The anticipated rental fee that would be applied is $4,680. That does not include, that's regular season for games and practices. It does not include any potential tournaments. We did not receive information regarding that. Their schedule won't be made until later on. So that's just based on a regular season. If you apply existing policy, the reduction for a certified nonprofit organization would put their fee for this type of rental at $3,276. The anticipated cost, direct cost to the town for this rental would be $2,845, plus there's also 1 week where we're going to have to close a field in order to do overseeding to decrease the impact on the turf. So we would have to pull all games and not allow rentals on that field at that time. We had previously met with our advisory board when reviewing the cost recovery policy for the budget process, and there was a recommendation from the advisory board to change some of the language to just make it a little bit easier and cleaner to apply. And so the recommendation before you with the July 1 start date would be a 501c or school organization would receive the resident rate less 50%, and then the 501c school organization ticket event would be a resident rate less 40%. That's all the information. I'm available to answer questions you may have.
Help me understand the in partnership, doing away with that. What would that do for us? Would they in partnership with the town of Zebulon? What would that work do for us?
Yeah, so the intent when that was originally added, the in partnership would be, so if there was, say like the chamber, we're a member of the Chamber of Commerce and they wanted to rent a facility to host an event, that could be something that we're in partnership with. It's not as clean, and so that's why we're recommending changing that to just be, if you're a 501c organization, it'd be the 50%.
I don't know if that answers my question. Not doing away with it will take the responsibility off the town, or will it? What will it do?
There's no responsibility. It just rather than it being, you have to be in partnership with the town to get the 50% in some capacity. It's just if anyone that's a 501c3 or school organization that meets the outline requirements would be eligible for the resident rate minus 50%.
Any other comments? Questions?
Let me understand.
Commissioner Baxter?
Yeah, this is the first time I'm doing the math here. So what's the resident rate then for this applicant? That's the resident rate, and so it's, tell me what the resident rate is and then.
Rather than you getting your, I have it
Okay.
outlined. I didn't know if y'all would want that level of detail or not. So.
Yeah.
This is just our internal outline.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So for example, the community, I'm gonna start at the top. The hourly rate to rent field A at Community Park is $50 an hour. To light the field per hour is $35. Part-time staffing per hour is $25. The admission fee per day is $25.
The admission for what?
There, in the fee schedule, there is a fee, so if you're going to take fund, like if you're gonna collect money.
We charge you to
there-
collect money?
In lieu of, like a lot of organizations will apply like a 15%, you know, if you're gonna use our facility to collect money, then we would get 15% of what you collect. In lieu of doing that, because that's really hard to track, the admission fee is what is currently in our budget.
So so we're going to charge an admission fee and we reduce the amount that they are discounted because they're ticketing their event.
The 25, so this is regardless if you're a nonprofit or not. These are the fees these are the standard fees. So if you wanted to call it out and say we wouldn't charge you the $25 for the admission, if you want to get to that detail, you can, but these are the fees that, before you apply any discount, these are the fees that are applied.
Okay.
And so when you look at, you've got 5 games, 2 hours or 5 hours per game, 2 hours with lights. There's going to be 5 hours worth of staffing, and there's going to be 4 home games. We're going to have to paint the field twice. This pricing assumes there's another football organization, and so in order to make it as cost-effective as possible, we were working with them because it's very timely and very costly to line a football field. And so we were working with the 2 organizations so that they could utilize the same field and not have to pay for every game to paint. So we should be able to get 2 weekends per paint, and so this assumes that the other organization would move forward as well.
So is there a cost for the other organization that we're kind of taking consideration as well?
They're getting a half-off discount because they're splitting it between the 2 organizations.
This is not our, this is what, if you came to us, like they came to it, this is how we assess what the fees are. So what, if the board, when we are provided with all of the 501c3 documentation and everything, we would be able to apply that 40%, 50% discount to it. So if another organization wanted to come forward and make this request, per the existing policy, this is what we're able to do. If you want to do something beyond that, then that's a policy discussion.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Has another organization, we're to assume that they already have? I mean,
The other organizations, I'm pretty sure submitted an application before we received this one. So we've been working with both organizations for quite some time now.
so they don't have to come before us then?
Not to rent the facility.
I'm confused a little bit. So this gentleman, the Bearcats are coming before us to rent the facility, correct?
No,
They
they
came to
haven't
you, they
waived
wanted you to
fees.
waive
Waive
the
the
fees
fees.
100%. And
Okay.
I don't have policy that allows me, that you have policy that dictates what you waive fees for currently. If you want to do something outside of that, then you need to update your policy.
Okay, thank you. Then we have two different football teams, correct? That was
That's
seven.
correct.
And they're going to be sharing the same field
For games.
for games.
And if there's ways we can work with them so that there's collaboration and they can both save, costs, that's, something we'll continue to do.
Is there a cost to the other team as well?
Yes,
If they want to use
What's
the
it- what they're
field, they
paying?
would have to rent.
What's you saying, no?
Yeah,
I say, yeah, I think there is a fee. They're paying their fee? The rent, to rent the field or to
Yes, so
whatever?
anybody that wants to use, they're going to go through, they've already submitted the application. We don't have the exact dates because they don't have their league schedule hasn't been made yet. And so this is hypothetically what the cost would be and what we're assuming their facility use would be.
So I'm trying to understand. There's another football team.
I guess. I don't
Correct,
know. We haven't
yes.
been presented with anything else, but she's saying that is, I think that's correct.
Yeah, so you have facility use processes that are already in place and a fee schedule already in place. So if somebody wants to use your baseball field or your soccer field, if they follow those processes, they don't have to have board approval to run a picnic shelter or run a baseball field.
Right, I understand. But what I'm asking is there somebody that has already, just as the Bearcats submitted to us, to town of Zebulon, has somebody else submitted to use that? It's kind of like the same thing as well.
They have submitted a facility use application. They have not asked for reduced fees.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to make sure we're clear. Our policy reduces fees for nonprofits
Yes, 501c, specifically, or
501Cs.
schools.
and the Bearcats are a nonprofit, are officially a registered nonprofit according to the IRS. Have we looked that up?
It's my understanding that it's a process that they are working through. I don't believe that it has been completely processed by the IRS.
It has not. Because I looked it up. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware. And I'm not saying, I'm very excited that we have so many citizens that are looking out for our youth and want to do great things, but I just want to make sure that we are aware that because I am a nonprofit founder and I have access to nonprofit schedules and all this good stuff, and the Bearcats, they are not saying that they have not applied and they are not in the process, but as of right now, they are not a listed nonprofit 501c3.
And the other team is?
Back,
The other team isn't asking for fees to be waived, so I'm not sure if they are or not.
Okay.
But according to our policy, and I'm not negating or arguing,
No,
like,
we're
I'm
just
just
trying to
making sure that we're aware that they're not, because I don't want us to go against policy that we have. The Zebulon Vikings, I am familiar with their people. I'm not familiar with what paperwork that they have completed. I don't know if they're a 501c3 because they haven't come before us to ask for fee waivers. They're paying from what I know from them, they pay their whatever they have to pay to, and they're doing fundraising, so they haven't come before the board. Now I have said, hey, you guys should let the board know what you're doing, but they have not, as of yet, come before us to have a reduced fee waiver.
So they've had a camp at the facility already, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They've had a camp at Community Center, correct? Is this the same team or just the Bearcats? Somebody said a camp at one of the teams. I saw something on social media. We're having a camp.
I would have to go back and, I don't review every single rental, but I do believe that they have rented facilities.
They
And
have.
I'd have to review
They
that.
have rented facilities that they have paid for, that they again, that they have fundraised for. But I specifically remember asking the question. And I asked because, again, I'm a founder of a 501c3, and I know how long this process can take to get your documents back from the IRS. And that's why I made sure that I specifically asked that question to the applicants if they were, and when they were before the board, and they said that they were. So that's why the curiosity came for me. Has nothing to do with the Vikings, but that's just facts and information to be given to the board.
How will the rental of this affect will it affect the recreation leagues, any of our soccer or anything like that?
Yeah, we have limited space. We are doing our best to try to meet this request. We don't know what our soccer numbers are until we do registration for the fall. But we have been trying to work with both organizations to try to support them as best we can and find solutions that will support everybody. But we are getting to a point where we're going to have to be very creative on the spaces that we use and pick up turf in unusual spaces at times to meet our needs at large.
For me, we're talking about soccer, different policies, different sports. I know the importance of football to me, especially in this town, what it did for me. So I've yet to see the Vikings. I don't know anything about the Vikings. I would love to see that practice, but I have seen the Bearcats doing what they do, and I know that participation is a great thing. So I don't know what and if we can do with our current policy, what we need to do to make it happen, or discuss what and if we can do. So
I guess we would need to change policy to say that we could
individuals or something like that.
Yeah, because our policy says 501c3.
They have an EIN.
Right.
And I believe that means that the IRS, even if they haven't provided the paperwork, has at least recognized them as a 501.
No, the EIN means that the
Nonprofit.
Secretary of State,
Yeah.
that they have an EIN, an employee
That's an employee identification number, right? But if it's an EIN with a 501.
No, you have to apply to the IRS for your 501c3.
No, okay, I understand that.
What's the reality? They could find an organization that's currently already a 501c3, come through. They could find someone that's already set up and said, okay, temporary, we're going to come through and do X, Y, and Z until we get.
I don't know about that. That's
No,
sticky, I'm just
hypothetically
it would have
speaking.
to. Our policy says 501c3, so I just want to. Unless we're changing policy, and I'm not for Bearcats. Just want to make sure that we don't go against our policy. That's it. That's all. I think that, it's sometimes you can do the 50110 easy and you can get that back in 2 to 3 months, or you can do the extended version of the 501c3 1023, and that takes a longer time. The 501, the 1023 easy takes less time and it costs less money, but it says that your organization will not make more than $40,000 within your 2 years of operating. So there are ways around getting the 501c3 in an expedited way, but we just got to make sure that it is received. That's all. I'm happy to help.
I think that we have somebody here that can offer up some insight. So can we let a representative from the Bearcats come on up to offer?
That's your call, Mayor.
Sure, if he would like to. State your name and address for the record.
George Roa, 744 Rose Mallow Drive here in Zebulon. So yes, when we filed, so we took over this, someone else started this nonprofit, right? They registered it with the EIN number here for the state. And then when we took over, we reached out to the IRS and we filed all the necessary paperwork, and they told us it would be 5 to 6 months for the pending approval, but that we could start for fundraising purposes and receiving donations, tell people that we were a 501c3, and then they would backdate. When they approve us, if our packet was complete, they would backdate us to our formation date in December of when the state recognizes as a nonprofit, and then everyone gave, like if you guys gave us a donation of $1 million, then we can give you a letter stating we received a a donation of $1 million on May 15th, even though the IRS hadn't completed our application. But if I understand if you've already been through that process, and we definitely didn't want to misrepresent, but that's what, for accounting and tax purposes, they told us when we submitted our paperwork. So that was our understanding, that technically we could relay that because we were already in pending, and we sent you the organization sent you the paperwork to show that all of the paperwork had been submitted. And this was the second round of questioning, because they do ask you, the IRS sends back like 2-3 rounds of questioning. So I apologize if we did not represent correctly, but from my understanding was that we could say that.
Okay.
So you do have application where they submitted it? Staff, we do have that at Town of Zebulon?
So I received some information from Bearcats today that showed where, yes, they have the EIN number, but that their 501c application status was pending.
Clarification, Sam? Do you have any thoughts?
No, I agree with what seems like the conclusion and what Mr. Ross said, right? You can have an EIN on the entity formation, and IRS scrutinizes 501c3 applications pretty closely. They're going to ask some questions back and forth. So that all makes sense for how I think it would happen.
If I could also say one thing, that there is the Zebulon Bearcats, which we would love to partner with. The reason we are asking for the fee waiver is because the people that run this organization, we're trying to assume all of the costs so that we can provide football for free. Most teams, they have a free registration, which is about $300, and that encompasses a helmet, shoulder pads, a jersey. But with working with the youth that we have coming now, it would be very hard to keep attendance at 57 children if we were expecting the parents to pay over $100, to be honest with you. So what we're trying to do, and we understand that you couldn't give us, you couldn't consider paying for helmets and shoulder pads. That's a fee that my wife and I were willing to pay so that we could have the helmets and shoulder pads, so that could be something long-term for town. That's one of the reasons most teams collapse, actually, is because they rely on the parents to buy helmets and shoulder pads. And if we buy, in our mind, if we have 80 kids from 6 to 14, and we buy 80 helmets and shoulder pads for all those different sizes, they'll be able to grow into the next. And then the recertification for the helmets, it's like 3 or 4 years you have to get them recertified. So there's a long shelf life. And I think if we could provide football for free for the first year, then it would allow us next year to be more adamant about fundraising, because this all happened really fast. We fell into this team in December. We decided to take it on in January. We filed all the paperwork with the Secretary of State to change everything over to ourselves. We presented it in front of you. We started practices in March, or clinics in March, and then we came before you as it was coming before us, right? So it was only December. But yeah, that's our purpose. And the Zebulon Vikings, I'm sure, they should come before to try to have some kind of alleviation, because all the money that we get is for the kids. That's why we charge a registration fee, so the coaches aren't paying for helmets and jerseys and gloves. And we've already absorbed some cost, which is okay, which is expected, because this is for, we don't have children yet, but it's for the kids in the community. I grew up playing football, and I know Quentin did, and it's important to provide that for the kids so that they have an alternative. But that's just the only difference. What we're trying to do is my vision was to have the Zebulon Bearcats be adopted by the town of Zebulon, by the Parks and Recs department, to be like, you have a softball team, you have a basketball team, and you have a football team. But it doesn't work that way here, so that's kind of like what we're trying to do.
Well, it actually used to fall upon the Park and Rec. I don't know when it got away from that, but it did used to fall upon the Park and Rec.
So is there a way for us to move forward with consideration pending the return of the 501c3 certification?
Is that
I,
right?
I think that we should wait until we get it back, because we don't know if it will come back. We don't know how many more rounds of questioning or how much the IRS may need, or what type of adjustments, or even if they're going to get the 5, and you will get it. I mean, well, you know, pray to God. But I would think that that would be very premature for us to approve something that is pending, because it seems to go against policy, but I could be wrong.
I understand the policy aspect of things right now.
Okay.
For me, I mean, in the past, we've given seed money to certain things. I don't know what and if we can do. This program, I know the importance of it for our youth. We're all saying the same thing. I have yet to meet a citizen that hasn't first thing come out of their mouth is we need to do something for the youth. So now if we don't find a way to support these 57 kids that we have, we can sit back and say we're about to youth all we want to. Or we put in our money and our money where our mouth is. I completely understand the policy aspect of things. Policies, to every policy, there's a waiver, there's something that we can do to find some kind of funding or some kind of seed money for this organization, I feel.
I totally want to support, and I'm an advocate for youth. That is my heart and my passion. I just want to make sure that we as elected officials are doing what we are supposed to do as far as following the rules. I know that sometimes we can adjust and we can make things right, but I don't think that this is like a huge adjustment, because we're not saying that we don't want to think about it or we don't want to do it. We just want to make sure we're doing it in order and doing it the right way, I guess, for me. But, you know, if it pleases the board to go against policy, that's fine.
Well, I'd just like to point out that we have already gone against policy by funding Angel Prints.
Huh?
When we gave a fee reduction to Angel Prints, which I believe in my heart we should have, we went against policy because they had not been a 501c3 for X number of years. So we have done that in the past.
But they were a 501c3, right? I just want to make sure. I can't remember when you're talking about, this year or next year. What are you
I'm talking about last year when they came before us, and for their inaugural whatever, they had not been but a couple of, like 2 months of 501c3, and we waived fees, and that was against policy. So I just want to make sure, like, that when you say that you don't want to go against policy, that you campaigned hard for us to go against policy. So let's just remember that.
So let's also remember that in the policy I'm not negating the fact that we have an organization that's helping our youth. I hear the passion and the consensus of the board. So I'm not going, what I'm saying is they are not a 501c3. That Angel Prince was a 501c3.
But we still went against policy.
Angel Prince was a 501c3 that brought awareness to our community, to an underserved population of our community regarding birth, stillbirth, miscarriages, and the death of babies. So I would hate to, bring that into the mix of just speaking about an organization that doesn't have what they're supposed to have. That's not even the same thing. But I digress. And
I think the question was, do we feel that we should waive this on a pending basis till they get their 501(c)(3), 50, whatever they call it? That was, I think, the initial discussion. Comments, should we do that? Should we not do that? I think we have the consensus over here that we should. Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, I would like us to move forward so that we can support this organization. Yes, I'm in agreement that we do what we need to do at this point in time so that we can move forward to support this organization. We can deal with their status. I understand, I'm hearing about policy and whatnot, but we have an organization right now that is doing something for our youth, which I think is urgent. So whatever we can do to move forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Clark?
Are there any repercussions for something like that?
I think it could be structured that it could be provided, and if the designation doesn't come back, they got to pay the money back.
There you go.
That's what I was going to suggest.
I like that. I like that.
Frankly, we trust them to pay the money back.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother issue. But
we know where they live.
That's fair. I think that's
I like that. I like
That's
that.
fair.
I like that.
I think that's fair. Okay.
Just a second. I think you had a comment?
No, that's what I was going to ask Sam. Like, what is it that we can do to kind of give them what they need, but yet still hold them accountable for those funds in the eyes of the policy that we currently have in place?
Yeah.
Sam?
And he answered.
Sorry,
You
just as
already-
I'm thinking about this, it is, are we talking complete waiver, or are you just talking the reduction that's allocated to a 501c3?
What is it that we asking for? What is the actual total?
Well,
The total facility use fees was $4,680. The total cost to the town is estimated to be $2,845.
So that 2,800.
we're talking about the 2845 being waived.
No, the 2,000 of that is basically the seating of that thing. I think right at 2,000 is seating of that. 1,500 is seating basically, just the seating of the store. I mean, I don't know, like I said, what the stuff.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to do that if we weren't playing football. I mean, that's the reason why we included that, yeah.
I'm not trying to discredit it at all.
Yeah.
What I'm just stating, I was let my fellow commissioners know that over 1,500 of that is just one of the seating aspect of things.
You're looking at the line, I'm sorry.
If you look,
You're looking at the line item above the total cost? Is that what you're referring to?
no, down at the bottom, it said total over seating cost is $1,500, over $1,500 very
Same
bottom.
thing, yes.
Okay, I didn't see that part. It was somewhere else.
So I'll just clarify, their total facility use rate, just that's applied across the board to everybody, is $4,680. That's the resident rate. The existing policy, so if they were to, we process this today, their reduction would be a 30% reduction. If we just allow, because they're not gonna know their schedule anyway until it's July, right? I mean, they're not moving forward with a rental until the next budget year anyway. So we worked with our advisory board prior to all of this to make the recommendation that you see before you on the screen. If you want to do something, if you want to just follow that process, then we can just follow that process and you don't have to take additional action. If you're wanting to waive 100%, then we probably need to adjust that language so that it can be applied fairly and consistently, and it will not impact whether we're still working with them and they're not going to even know their schedule until July.
Mr. Rail, I think you wanted to speak again. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
with the fees that when we submitted, there's different kinds of fees associated here. So right now, we would be looking to have the fees waived for our clinics, which are every Sunday from 2 to 4, which we have here behind Town Hall. And that's just to use the field. Nobody comes from the town to staff it. It's just the field use. And then after July 1st, after that, we're not allowed to use that field anymore because of soccer, so we would have to move practices since the season starts to a couple days a week. And that would also be just the field use. We don't need lines, we don't need staff, we don't need lights. It's just the field use. And then when the football season starts in September, that's when the town would acquire a cost, because we would need the field painted for the games, we would need the lights, because we'd play all day, and we would need, I guess, people from town to come and kind of help and assist us with, and we would have to sell tickets for the games. But up until, we're still running, even currently, up until September when the games start, we still would be paying for the field use. And I guess our thought was if the board would consider waiving that, since it doesn't run you guys a cost. Because if we're not using it, then it's just air. So that's my mentality, is maybe you would be more willing to accommodate that than, painting lines and getting staff and having lights and all that stuff. So there's 3 different types of field usage, kind of all compressed into that request. And yes, if you were willing to loan the money, we could probably deposit that. We could probably give you a check for $28.45 or $32.76 to hold. in place, and then if we get the 501c3, we could give us back the check, and maybe that's how you want to work, so you don't have to hunt us down to collect the money. That would be great, so we don't have to keep paying the fees every month, but however you're willing, if you're willing, or however you're willing, would be, just as good.
You know where you live.
Got a question?
I was going to ask the finance director, have we done something like this before, or, because
Not that I recall. I don't remember anything in 28 years of doing anything similar. Instead of, nothing against him, but we could deposit a check, not hold it, and if everything comes through, refund it. Something like that, when everything comes through.
I'd rather just hold on the counter.
Miles?
Two things. First of all, I think I would rather, if they had the $2,800, I don't think it would be standing for us right now, asking for the real deposit. I don't think that I can assume that counting anybody else's pockets. I can't do that. But then also, does that current cost, the total that we see here, does it reflect what he's saying, that they won't be using as much, requiring as much paint? Does that reflect that here, that 2845? Is that taken into consideration?
Yeah, all of that is taken into consideration in this outline. We only, for example, where it says practice location, you don't see a staff rate there because we don't staff those practices. We would have to staff when it's open to the public and there's a lot of commotion throughout the day. There could be impact on trash, restrooms, just the general park use questions they may have, turning on lights, things like that. So you do see that under the game field at the top, but you wouldn't see that under practice because we don't supply staff at that unless they request it.
May I frame it one way, maybe for you all to consider? If you just apply the policy, then they pay the reduced fee with the benefit of the nonprofit status. And then if nonprofit status isn't achieved, then they would owe that difference, right? Because they're still renting the facility just with the benefit of nonprofit status before they have it. And then if for some reason they didn't get it, then they could pay like everybody else does. That's one way. That's kind of a different analysis of the waiver that you're talking about. So I just wanted to flag like it's really two different things. Because in the waiver context, if you're waiving it for the group and then they don't get the status, then are you going to ask for 4680 because they don't qualify?
Questions, comments? Thank you, Bobby.
So what is it that you need from us now?
I don't necessarily need anything. This was something y'all wanted brought before,
Okay.
so how y'all want to proceed. If you're looking for changes to the cost recovery policy in your fee schedule to allow different reductions, then we need that direction. If you want to leave it as it is with the recommendation from the advisory board and staff that was changed before this discussion or recommended to be changed before this discussion. So we just, if there's direction, and beyond that, that's really up to the board. I don't necessarily need anything.
So where you have the changes in policy, you need direction on whether or not we want to agree with that, or
If that satisfies what the board would like to do or be able to offer to any not just the Bearcats, but any organization. Is that what you want to do, or do you want to create or add to this to create an opportunity to reduce 100% of the fees or 75? If you want to be able to do more than what's on the screen, we just need that direction so we can bring that text back to you.
In an exception to the policy, you are changing the policy. And so we need clear direction that you want to change the policy. The reason staff put on the bottom half of that slide is to illustrate what Sheila was saying, that and I don't know that they can wait, but if they can wait, that policy is changing to be at least more favorable. It won't address the waiving. If you want to introduce waiving, then you need to change the policy and also understand that that affects everyone who's going to come before you, not just the Bearcats.
Here's what I'm gonna-
Go ahead, one at a time. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Baxter.
Thank you. Here's what I'm going to suggest. So the total facility use fees currently are $4,680. If we agree to the FY25 policy change, then and by that time, assuming that they have the 501c3, or we have some indication, or we have an agreement of some sort, then the fee would be reduced to $28.08. And then, using our proposed fee waiver policy, we could then offer an additional $1,000 in fee waivers as it is, has currently been presented, bringing their fees down to $1,808. Are we willing to consider that? And if so, how would we go about bringing that to fruition? Waiting until after we hit FY25, I'm assuming?
Manager Moore?
Yeah, you would have to, so the bottom half is a policy you would have to adopt, and that's not something that you have adopted yet. And then the fee waiver, that was just an example. That would be another policy that you would have to adopt. The one that's on the screen, that will become effective when you adopt the budget ordinance. The example I gave you as far as the fee waiver, that's going to be dependent upon when you bring that back up and discuss that. I don't have a schedule in front of you for that.
So we need to make a decision on that right now?
No, we don't have to make a decision on that right now. I'm just offering that as a potential solution. And staying within our policy,
And
if we adopt it that way.
Yeah, so if the bottom half of that screen gets adopted and it's incorporated into your budget ordinance, that will bring what they pay pending the certification of the nonprofit down to the 2808 number. Bringing it down another 1,000, that's a separate conversation. That's going to be related to your strategic grant
Plan grant policy,
right.
correct. But that's assuming, I mean, we are making some assumptions here.
Yeah.
That this policy would be amended and that the strategic plan grant policy would be adopted. And both of those we would have to do prior to FY25 dropping. Yeah?
So this is it's already in your budget
Mhm.
for consideration. The other piece, I think that's up to y'all if you want to do it. You've got a lot before you. So I think Joe's intent was for you to be able to come back and do that after you adopt the budget. But that's, because I think there was some more discussion that y'all needed to have, is what it sounded like, about how you wanted to proceed.
Presented to us right now. So, I mean, we can move this. We've got another work session coming up next week to finalize that. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
That's fine. I don't mind tabling this until
So we can
the
absorb
next
everything that's
work
been given
session.
to us. That's a lot.
I think
We didn't
It's
have
ref-
an action item on this tonight anyway.
Yeah,
This was
anyway,
just for discussion,
this
but if
is
we want to
just
add
for
it to
discussion,
the.
and if we want to bring this back for further discussion, we can do that.
Okay.
like that.
So I'd like to have this discussion added to the 22nd, the work session on the 22nd, please.
It's 21st, 22nd. 22nd.
Is,
Discussing. Are we?
is, Where's my calendar?
It's the 22nd.
It's the 21st?
21st, I think it is.
It's 21st.
Apologies, the 21st.
Well, can't say 5 o'clock.
Can't say 5 o'clock.
I'm looking out for you.
TBD.
Got your back, got your back.
Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Bring it back 22nd with more information.
21st, the 21st. I know, sorry,
21st.
Mayor. Apologies, Mayor.
Okay,
I'm in favor.
all
I don't know
right.
who else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Sheila.
Next.
Anything else?
Commissioner Davis had a
Yes.
schedule request.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Commissioner Davis?
I just wanted to bring before the board if we can consider moving this start of our work sessions from 5 until 6 p.m. like we do our regular monthly board meetings, just in consideration of some commissioners and staff having employment outside of the town of Zebulon.
I don't have a problem with that.
Any discussion?
I'd like, yeah, I didn't understand what you said.
I'm so sorry.
Work session to 6.
Yes, please.
And that's it.
Yes, sir. Just the work,
Just the work.
all the work sessions being.
Madam Clerk, what do we need to do as far as schedule?
What you can do is you can amend the meeting times for the meeting next week. And then what we'll do is bring to you at the June meeting a change to the meeting schedule.
Yep.
That will change the meeting times to 6 o'clock.
So I'd like to move that we move the
What you just
starting
said.
time on the 21st to 6 p.m.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, but
Discussion. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
5 o'clock, please.
I mean, I don't mind getting off work early.
Closed session, NC General Statute 143-318.11 limits the board's authority to exclude the public from their meetings. These exclusions are limited to the discussion of specific subjects such as to establish or to instruct the public's body staff or negotiating agents concerning the positions to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price or other materials, terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purpose, option, exchanges, or lease. The board may call for a closed session citing one of the permitted purposes. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I move to go into closed session.
I would like to, okay, go ahead.
There's a motion to go into closed session.
Please state the motion on the screen.
I make a motion to go to closed session as permitted by North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11 for the purpose of property acquisition.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Put it on.
I'm not making a motion. I'm waiting for you to, I don't know, maybe stop looking at me with those
What are you
eyes.
waiting for?
I was going to make a motion that we move the closed session to the meeting on the 21st, please.
All right. The motion would need to die for lack of a second.
That's what I was waiting for, and it wasn't
Yes.
happening, so that's why
Okay. So we don't have a second?
No.
So motion dies for lack of second. Is there another motion?
Yes. I move to change the date of the closed session to the 21st work session at 6 p.m.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Any of these?
One quick question. Does closed session always has to be at the end? Is that how it has to be done? Or how does that work?
No, it can be
It can be anywhere, in the middle.
It's typically at the end for public benefit. And so they're not, if you did it in the middle and you disappear for an hour, everybody sits out there
Gotcha.
waiting for you to come back.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
We need a second first.
We
Oh, we did? Okay.
That's why I was asking who did. I missed that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Motion passes.
Have to take a vote.
Oh, roll vote, I'm sorry. Commissioner Davis?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Miles?
Not in favor.
Commissioner Baxter?
In favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Motion passes 5-1. Now, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Motion adjourned.